Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for September 21st, 2025. And apparently this is an International Peace Day, recently declared, I'm not sure, by the United Nations. Someone just looked that up. And of course, this is the whole mission of the Keshe Foundation, is to bring ourselves and this planet and all its inhabitants into a permanent, peaceful condition. We want to welcome you, and we appreciate your time and being with us and joining together. We did see something that looked like a coin, and everyone goes for the crypto idea. But at this time, it is just a gaming coin. And we're going to cover a little bit about that today and what it sort of means and how you can use this gaming coin to, in a way, play a game of enlightenment, earn some of these coins, and purchase products within the Keshe Foundation store. This is all about the enlightenment game, which is yet to be introduced, but it is developed. It's all about you teaching yourself to become peaceful. And I think this is the greater struggle, finding peace and balance within ourselves and then correcting the rest. But I think just you finding peace within yourself, the rest seems to be more in balance, but that's for each one to find out for themselves. So, in another amazing workshop, number 608, more about greed and the emotion of greed and the time and how the time can be changed. Many beautiful parts, but I think we're going to let Mr. Keshe explain that a little bit more because, as he said in 607, when you listen to these teachings, you are part of the soul of Mr. Keshe, as I understand it, and he becomes a part of you for that time in the teaching. The Friday sessions are different, but that's why I've always thought there was something special embedded into these workshops, and I believe there are. And now, as he said, we're adding energies, maybe even more than you need. But the idea, I believe, is to get the One Nation Network out. And as he said in 608, to replicate the emotion and the energies of the Creator. And I'm thinking that this is how, and then we embed that into the One Nation Network, and the whole lots gets enlightened and elevated in a single go. And I think, again, a single go may be a decade, or it may be longer, or it may be shorter. As we understand, things can happen quite quickly, but sometimes it takes time and it takes things to fall into the right place. But we're fortunate to be here, that we've been touched by this knowledge, because most of the planet is trying to figure out how to survive in the matter state. And they don't seem to want to understand the process of creation. And this is what we're here for. We're replicating or we're copying. I know Mr. Keshe said we're not a copying, or we are a copying unit, but at the same time, we're in the Keshe Foundation, we're replicating the cosmic rays of the universe, the soul of the Creator, the emotions of the Creator, and many other things that we see the universe doing. So we are copying or replicating, but maybe the copying is just not thinking about it and just going blindly into doing something. But I always thought, and Mr. Keshe has confirmed, we're replicating the work of the universe, the process of creation. And as we know, the universe is a very peaceful place for the most part. Yes, we have black holes and we have high energy areas or quasars or other sort of energies in the universe that may even work or to bring the demise of the soul of the man. But we're all working in this energy dimension and trying to understand more of it. And this is what the foundation is teaching, the transfer of the knowledge and understanding. And again, we're just adding to man's knowledge. We're introducing a new science, a new ethos, and a new language. And that's why we popularize the World Peace Treaty, again, between you and your soul. As I said earlier in another location, I said it probably is easier to teach the ethos than the technology. And of course, that was just my understanding, because it seems that we already know what is right and wrong, what we should do and what we shouldn't do for the most part. We have that little inkling within us that sort of tries to correct us in a very gentle and subtle way, but we always, many times, go with the physicality or the soul of physicality to do whatever we do. But again, it's for you to open that door and understand your own emotions, and that's what a lot of this was about. And of course, the last couple of workshops or so, this emotion of greed, which man apparently is the only entity possessing this emotion. And of course, we can rub it off apparently on the others as well. And this is the idea of satisfying that emotion of greed. And we were fed, as we were told, the energies of gold to the physicality, to the soul of physicality, and to the soul of man to satisfy that emotion of greed, wanting to possess. Apparently, the Creator is disconnected from everything in every way, but at the same time, he's connected, he's detached, let's put it that way, detached from everything and every every whatever I was wanting to say there, but at the same time being connected to everything. So this idea of detachment is another important aspect, and of course humbleness as well. I had to make a joke on myself recently. I said that my knowledge is so small in this plasma technology that you probably can't even measure it. That's how small it is. But that was just something that I sort of made a joke of myself. But again, do we have to know everything, or do we have access to everything? I think this is it. Again, even this greed to possess knowledge, as Mr. Keshe said, the knowledge doesn't belong to him. He's just a caretaker of it. So again, this idea of greed and realizing that most people have this, not being aware of it. Most of us don't consider ourselves greedy, but apparently it can be in the energy of thinking, or the energy of speaking, or the energy of doing things that this greed seems to manifest itself. And this will solve a lot of our problems. And this is what is being processed out. And this is why I think he's talking about replicating the emotion of the creator. Because if we can project that through systems like this, then everyone will have the emotion and the energy of the creator. As he said, man was chosen to be perfect. So let's just take a look. I know we were given something, Mr. Keshe did send a message. Let's see if we can just bring that up. And he said, today is the 21st of September and designated as World Peace Day. I had never heard of World Peace Day before. Is this something new or promoted, someone said, by the United Nations? And of course, as we know, they haven't been too united as nations, apparently. There are different factions within there. But this is where the Universal Council will come into the United Nations, if this is where it's from, anyway, to sort of be a more sound advisors, let's say, in this process. That may happen in the future. I hope we all remember when we signed our commitment to world peace to make first a peaceful place for ourselves through our own conducts. And again, the bigger struggle is within you and balancing yourself. And we should be, in a way, less concerned with the outer structure. As we balance ourselves, I think the outer structure almost takes care of itself. But we have it sort of backwards, where we want to correct the others and not look at the mote, as it says in one of the holy books, within our own eye. And this has been, I guess, the habit of man, but very nice that we're celebrating. And of course, we usually read, this is one of the first things we do here, is to read the World Peace Treaty. And this is a document that the world leaders will sign, technology in exchange for peace. And the religious leaders will sign this as well. Again, it doesn't have to be with a pen. It can be with the pen of your soul, because the religious leaders seem to give the pretext for the political leaders to go to war. And so, in a way, they're working tandem, and we have to elevate all of them. But this is the World Peace Treaty. You can find it on most search engines. And would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? I'll give you 10, 15 seconds to contemplate that. And of course, it's more deeper than you see on the surface, I think. And of course, when I first signed the World Peace Treaty, I was really just thinking about war and people fighting each other. But we know we also have wars against vertical and horizontal people on this planet as well, which I never considered. Looking at the holy books and the rest, I had the right, or I had dominion over all the other creatures. But as we're learning, you don't have any right to anyone's half life, even though we think we do. But this will be part of some of the work that comes together. I remember Mr. Keshe saying the slaughtering of animals will be one of the first things that starts to change, hopefully, in the near future, because, again, no one wants to be removed out of their structure. But this is part of the World Peace Treaty, again, between you and your soul, as I see it. And then, of course, people will sense your peacefulness. They'll feel your peace, I believe. And of course, this is also a little reactor. I'm considering it in a way a paper reactor or a plasmatic reactor, where if you post this treaty, it may encourage others to pick up on that. It almost like as you embed your fields in this, it can actually transfer it. This is all looking on the energy dimension. In the matter state, of course, this sounds preposterous. How could a piece of paper really affect you like that, as far as becoming peaceful and perhaps less greedy? Okay, I didn't hear anyone open their mic, so I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, the nation, the territory, our council, our religion, our body, our city, our town, or our soul. Simply put your name there, signature, date, position on behalf of. Very simple and very straightforward. Have it witnessed. And this is the part. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, one of the ethos in the Keshe Foundation is we are here to serve and not to be served. And of course, we heard in the creation of the Universal Council is the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne in the physical life. So we're just reconfirming our ethos here. And again, not use any tools of war. Would greed be a tool of war in anyone's life that you want to take from the others or possess?
Isn't that the root of war? And remember what Mr. Keshe was saying, that as soon as we can get rid of greed, man will become very peaceful.
Yes, apparently it's a major motivator of us to do the wrong thing, even though we don't realize it. We don't think it's greed. We collect things and the rest of these, but everyone sort of has to examine that for themselves and see what position they have. But the beauty of these teachings and this One Nation network we're talking about is that certain emotions can be put in there, or certain cosmic ray fields that will balance your greed or satisfy that emotion of greed within you. And I'm comparing it to what he had mentioned before about feeling this emotion of completeness, that yes, you're connected to everything, but you're not attached in a way to everything, that it's yours and you possess it and you control it and the rest. So again, examining ourselves, not so much the others. That's what all these teachings are about, as I see it. And they're, of course, about a lot more. So we can start to celebrate. And of course, this is part of what we were going to cover today. Mr. Keshe went through a history of some of the calendars and what some of these things mean in the bigger scale and the thousands of years scale, and how most of the followers of certain religions and have no clue about the time period we're in. We're certainly going to cover that today, and we're also going to cover the announcements. And just to show you the store where you use this gaming coin to purchase products in this store. And I know the store probably has 150. I'm not sure if there's an actual number, but there's many, many different products that you can start to play with. There's Twinity systems and cosmic ray systems and Twinity Ganses in a way to help with menopause and other things. There's a migraine ice cap. And these are all, they do elevate the soul. This is the number one purpose of these systems within the store, but it's also operating on an energy level or rather than an invasive solution in the physicality. So the more you play the game, and of course we're promoting the One Nation Network, this is where you would play the game, and certain people are purchasing these as a sort of a decentralized major network, let's say. They're looking for 10,000 or more, but I think 2,000. And as Mr. Keshe said, the first two are out for tests. So everyone doesn't need a system like this to play the game. It's just sort of setting up a mesh grid network to those who can order it. But to play the game, you will need a ID wallet, which is secured by your, perhaps your palm prints, your eye scan, and some other biometrics. And this is where you would accumulate your Keshe coin, be able to play the game of enlightenment, and then purchase products at this time within the Keshe Foundation store. So don't think of it as a cryptocurrency. And of course, this is backed by the Keshe Foundation technology, and of course our financial and licensing arm, which is the Mark Ray Corporation. You can find that. It's traded on one of the stock exchanges as a penny stock at this point, but this is part of it as well. So perhaps, would anyone like to add anything at this point before we go to, I was thinking we would go just to the, where he said about creating the emotion or the energies of the creator. All right, someone has put something in the chat. International Day of Peace. Peace Day is observed around the world each year. Okay, so this wasn't the first year. On the 21st of September, established in 1981 by unanimous United Nations resolution. Okay, so yes, it's our wish to see peace, and the belief strengthens that emotion. So the more we believe in the peace, I think the more we'll see it. But yet at the same time, the energies on this planet keep us in this sort of position. And these are the energies that are going to get satisfied through the Keshe Foundation One Nation Network systems, as I understand it. And again, I'll just be impartial. Anything I say is just my own understanding. And as I said, it's so small that you can't even measure it. So you need to take it for yourself in the way you understand this knowledge. But let's see about this dream, but it's not a dream, about creating the emotion and the energies of the creator. And of course, would they just keep them in a box in the laboratory? No, they will embed them into the One Nation Network in due time, in due course, as I see it. Anyone have any thoughts they'd like to share? So you're receiving a huge free gift, and all we're being asked to do is to participate in setting this network up, that the technology and the rest can be forthcoming through a system that's developed. And of course, it's connected to the internet initially, but eventually it will move into the cosmic ray antenna dimension, where there'll be no internet or none of these other platforms will be needed. And everything will be uploaded on the One Nation Network. Mr. Keshe's papers, the workshops, the books, many other things will all be uploaded to the One Nation Network platform, decentralized, and again, creating a grid across the universe. And as he said, when you're traveling in that dimension of the soul, in the dimension of energy, this is where some of the cosmic ray material will come into play, which he referred to as the gold of the universe. And if we look at, here's the cosmic ray material offer. So this is all being connected, even though we don't see the full scope of it. This cosmic ray material will be used for you in the dimension of energy as you travel the universe, while your physicality is most likely still here. This is, again, being impartial. This is just my understanding. But let's hear the beautiful, in a way, what's happening in the Keshe Foundation as far as working and developing the energies and the emotions of the Creator. He said, would we one day?
Would we one day be able to replicate the emotion of the Creator? That with it, we achieve the position and enlightenment of the Creator. If, for example, we are on the 20th or 50th layer with what we have, what we achieve as a material to ignite the engine, what happens if you use and deliver the same, but without permission? How we connect the energy of the soul of the Creator with the soul of the man is what the man will come to understand needs to be able to transmute between the center of the universe with the essence of creation and any position in creation.
Well, what does he say here? Man will, how we connect the energy of the soul of the Creator with the soul of the man. I thought we were already connected. We are, but this sounds like it's going into a deeper connection, is what the man will come to understand needs to be able to transmute between the center of the universe with the essence of creation and any position in the creation. So again, we want to understand how this is done. I don't think he's going to explain that exactly at this point, but in the future, we'll come to understand it. Connecting the soul, the energy of the soul of the Creator with the soul of the man, which should give you, or maybe open up, what has been a bit dormant and you haven't used, even though it's there. Anyone else?
On planet Earth, we have found flight to go higher, to be able to go faster, and the rest of it. In the dimension of the creation, the fastest time is time of the emotion of the Creator, from the time when it reaches us or has reached or will reach somebody else. There is a common denominator, motion, between all created things, and if time allows us, we can look at this. We receive this from other knowledge seekers. We receive knowledge through the love of the Creator. Understanding of the soul of the emotion of the Creator, and then understanding the soul and emotion of the man. And if man doesn't become greedy, as is today, then one will see a totally different image of the person in position and a position.
Always feel free to stop it and add your understanding to it. Perhaps we'll become more enlightened just sharing. And this is part of the creation, is we all have knowledge. I may have a knowledge you don't have, and you may have knowledges I don't have. So, or your way of looking at it may trigger something in me to help me and then the others understand more.
We understand that when the times connect, a new cycle starts. The same shall be when the souls meet and survive. And it's the responsibility of a man to make sure what mankind has gone through in the past with suffering cannot be repeated.
And of course, we as this kind of man that we're in now has probably, even though officially, man like we are today has only been around 100, 200, I think they're up to 300,000 years, but man like we are today, I think has been on this planet for hundreds of millions of years. So the suffering has gone on for quite a long time. And of course, they've heard the calls from this planet, but yet apparently the technology that we needed to develop to bring the change was not there, but now it is. I mean, the technology that man uses, like these communication systems and others. This was one of the reasons Mr. Keshe said they heard the cries, but apparently the time wasn't perfect for the change to happen. So this is what they're saying. They don't want to have to correct it again.
Creation of time, creation of emotions brings man to the point of maturity. For man to understand how and the way he can move in the dimension of creation. In the session today, we are trying to achieve this. We're trying to give enough energy to the man that man loses his essence of emotional greed, essence of emotional wanting, need. And
anyone experience anything like that? He said we were giving you more energy than you probably need. Anyone see a change of emotion as far as wanting or need or greed that they'd like to share? Maybe, again, some people are shy and they'd rather not share that at this point. But this is part of the process of satisfying the emotion of greed, which we're the only creature that has.
Do you want me to share?
Somebody would like to share? Did I hear?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Oh,
but I told you before, right? In the earlier session.
About your happiness.
Yeah, no, but why the happiness?
Because you're more complete. That's why.
No. You missed the point.
Usually.
I forgive you. Do you want me to tell it again?
If you'd like to, sure.
I got it.
Okay. Do you want I to tell us?
No, I can. From the time I was little, I was always in some, like most of us probably, receiving some kind of abuse, and starting out with Christian kindergarten and etc., all that kind of stuff. But when I was maybe in my 30s or 40s, I was attending a class where for the very first time, I learned that I had the right to set boundaries, that I had the right to set limits. And so since that time, I have been diligently setting limits and protecting myself. And that was a wonderful change for me. However, apparently that is not the only thing needed to do. At least now with the most recent teachings, I have become softer, I think, and not insisting on these limits as rigidly as I was before, in that I am more flexible to give, even though I have rights, I have rights and I can bend my own rights. I can bend my own rights for the benefit of somebody else. And I think that's what I learned since the last time. Is that good?
Yeah.
Any comments? No comments.
The sun does. The sun is not rigid and it just sits in one position. It flexes millions of miles in different directions to keep everything in imbalance in the solar system. So I was sort of equating that, but I was thinking of the word flexible just before you said flexible.
Aha.
Again, this is we probably need, but of course, Mr. Keshe, don't get abused by the love you put yourself into as well. So
The what?
don't get abused by the love you're involved with.
Oh, you mean a relationship? Yeah.
You can set yourself up for abuse or in some other ways. But yes, I think if you can be a little bit more bendable, this is a good thing. You don't.
Yeah, right. I mean, by abuse, I include like the school system and the American immigration system and all kinds of other things. It's not just people directly in relationships. I mean, the society is set up for abuse. So, but that's a different topic. By the way, I listened this morning to, from the education site, the very first YouTube that's listed there, which is a 2-hour long general interview with Mr. Keshe. And at the very end, which I had not remembered, he talks about greed. And I thought, oh, it's all here. Everything's here. And we just missed it. We have not paid attention to that part, but every word counts, apparently.
Yes, and that's why he said these teachings, these workshops will be opened up for centuries in, millennia
Right.
future.
But I was surprised and pleased to find that there, that it was already there, and that was from 2011.
So how much is that emotion of happiness worth? Mr. Keshe said some people live in a hut and they're happy. Some people live in a mansion and they're unhappy. How much is that happiness worth? I think her mic closed or she left.
I think to me, the notion about greed, I personally, what I try to do, the fact that I recognize that the greed is there is part of being human, but we're trying to find a way to reduce it. So I'm recognizing in everything I do that I have to let go. Letting go is some form of detachment to me. So I have to detach from regular knowledge that I do have with the understanding there's more enlightenment that can open up ways to other solutions. So I try to recognize in every aspect that I can let go. So and that's the way I treat my greed.
Is trying to control the situation or the others, is that a point of greed?
Yes.
Yes, you could say that, I think.
Yeah, for me, it became an issue of my rights. I was greedy for my rights at all cost, right, because they were compromised before.
Right, and I think he says in some part in here, maybe not here, about being detached from everything and anything, even though you're still connected to it. So this is kind of an art in a way.
Right.
And we're becoming those teachers, but as he said, it takes quite a long time to become a master of this. But I think we're sort of being pushed along with these energies that are in a way being just given to us, that we achieve that point of becoming a master at it, only to serve the others, not so much to serve yourself, like some genie in a bottle or something. But let's go back to this again. This is the ending of the teaching, the last I think there's maybe 10 minutes left or so, and then we'll go to the announcements.
If we succeed, we should see an amazing structure of the soul of the man, collective knowledge seeker soul, in today's session, where we try to satisfy, we try to make it available and see what you take And then watch what you give and see if man has become detached or if man sticks to the greed of holding on to be the possessor, to be as part of. And then this point, it comes when there's a conflict between the emotion of the soul of the creator and the soul of the man, where in essence of creation, there is no greed. And this is where you'll find not conflict, but realization, enlightenment, in detachment that becomes as part of the structure of the work of the creation. When I have all, what am I looking for? When I have all, do I need to hold on that I tapped into universal energy and I
comment.
Gotcha.
You see, Mr. Keshe just said it right there. Enlightenment, when you have all. So if you have that recognition that you have all, you are enlightened, or you are in the quest to enlighten, that will give you a room to detach, not to hold on to. So there's always, it's like the saying, the beautiful ones are not yet born. So you have that notion with you. I think that will curtail the greed, because now you have the ability to let go in any situation you find yourself. That's beautiful. Mr. Keshe said it right there. Detach, enlightenment.
Being processed, guaranteed. But again, I can say I'm detached and I can say I'm not greedy to the others, but only I know right within myself. I could probably fool the others or convince them I'm not greedy and I'm not attached to anything, but this is the work within yourself that we're talking about, between you and your soul. Only you know. Thank you, Ike. Anyone else?
The soul gives the direction to the physicality. So when you have within you and enlighten your soul on that, I think the physicality will change.
Yeah, apparently when the emotions are changed, the DNA changes and then the physicality changes. It's just amazing how deep this is. And again, it'll be opened up because there's many, many secrets, I believe, hidden within these work. Mr. Keshe has said this openly. You'll connect one workshop to another workshop, to one of the papers, to one of the books, and a whole new enlightenment will come in. So he's left a lot of gifts hidden within these sessions. And of course, that was the part I wanted to share with you. There was a question asked about the difference between what's happening in these Thursday workshops and in the Friday sessions. And he said, in the workshops, you are part of me and I become part of you in teaching. And in the Friday sessions, he's more detached. He's not having an influence on you, trying to use the systems, perhaps to even replicate what he's doing in the workshops. I'm just thinking that. But I thought this is a good one. You are part of me and I become part of you in the teachings. He always said you share the soul of the person delivering that teaching in a way, or with him, or even anyone else like Da Vinci, if you read his papers, or one of the other famous people, or even not so famous people. You're sharing the soul of that person. Okay, let's go back. Feel free again to stop it. Thank you, Ike. Thank you, Gail.
Give it, because the more I give, the more comes my way. Not the greed of coming, pleasure of being here to give more. And this is the, in a sense, part of what we'll do with you in the space. From the time you go into the cycle of transportation, even physical transportation through UFOs or whatever you want to call it, the time in that microsecond, we try to satisfy every need of man's emotion, that man finds himself that there is no need, has everything it needs, and has become part of the soul of the Creator.
That's why I called it that emotion of completeness, where you don't need the money, you don't need the job, you don't need the name, the face, or the place.
Holding on to does not bring pleasure and enlightenment. In a way, to release it brings that enlightenment, the light, the knowledge. If the sun does not radiate its fields, and if those fields do not interact, they'll be passing through the empty space of the vacuum of the universe with no confirmation of the existing. The only time we see the beauty of the sun is when another magnetic field like the earth interacts with it, and that interaction creates a light that is in the dimension of the fields of the matter state. But can you imagine the field of the soul of the Creator is forever, has been, and ever will be, and then the soul of the man in the dimension of same field of strength touches that field. The way that the lights from the sun to the earth that are still in the dark space of solar system, but when they touch the fields of the earth, they light up. You get the light, you get the daylight, enlightenment. And then imagine if man can create a field which in essence interacts with the field of the Creator as they are forever radiated, how much man will be enlightened. It's very simple. Birds with birds, lions with lions. To enjoy and to be with the lion, you have to have the essence of the emotion of the lion. And that lion is the king. And that lion is the Creator. And how can the field emotion of the detachment of the Creator by giving become or interact with your soul and then lights up?
Anyone notice, you were lighting up? Or perhaps something like that? I was just thinking.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a beautiful confirmation. Yes. Thank you.
It has to be of the same, otherwise it does not. The magnetic gravitational field of the sun and earth is more or less the same because it came from the same creation. It came from it. Now you understand why the greed is the cause of the man. The field emotion of the greed is the cause of the man not to interact with the fields of the Creator, to be enlightened. The biggest stumbling block, the biggest factor in elevation, enlightenment of the man is the greed of the man. Because when you collect, you have more of, where the Creator has less of. You have to unload. You have to unload the field strength of, not the money in the pocket and giving it away as a charity, but giving with the soul to enlighten. And then you reach the position of the Creator.
So again, you can have things, but you're just not attached to them. You're connected to them, but you're not attached. It's like some people have a very fancy car, and if someone scratches it, they could be ready to kill the other person. So this is the idea. You have something, but you're detached from it. If it happens, it happens. It's not the end of the world. But we're so attached to these things that one little thing goes wrong, our emotions go out of balance. So perhaps that flexibility that was talking about is important too. I think it is. Anyone else?
Go back to the very first teachings. And forever, I keep on telling you, teach. The more you teach, the more you understand the essence of the emotion of the Creator, detachment. When you hold on to, is the greed that comes for every aspect of the life of the man, be it in the dimension of the soul, be it in the dimension of everything else.
I got a comment.
Me too.
You want to go first?
Yeah, what is greed in the dimension of the soul? Anyone?
It's in a sense, there's no place for greed in the dimension of the soul, if you come to think of it. Because in the process of creation, you let go your feels, and that's the emotion. You let go of the emotion. So the emotions of the Creator is the love we're getting. So there is no place for greed. The Creator doesn't retain. It gives out for that field to interact, to be us, for us to accept it.
Just
So in
quick,
that,
it's greed that comes from every aspect of the life of the man, be it in the dimension of the soul, be it in the dimension of everything else. So apparently, I thought the soul was perfect. I know it has to be matured and strengthened, but he seems to indicate that we even have this greed or an aspect of it within the soul of the man. Go ahead, Ike.
you're looking at you. I mean, I hear what you're saying but you got to look at the context and previous teaching, fundamentals about plasma. You have a soul which is collection of fields. Now, when it collects, just like in that graph, remember the Creator collects. You have enough strength, but it gives back to the physicality. So in that aspect, yeah, that dimension of collection to where it concentrates and doesn't go further, you could look at it as some element of greed, but in a sense, it's not really greed. It's just to strengthen the soul, because the Creator is in us. We strengthen Him as much as He strengthens us. So imagine one person being the Creator, and then you have billions, trillions of things, but it's all connected. So we can never get to His strength, but we can come close to it, but He's always feeding us. So there's no aspect of, I would think, from my knowledge, there's no aspect of greed, but there's a dimension of collection of those fields that He concentrates to strengthen the field for it to be able to give out to us. That's what I think.
Yeah, how come the soul has never announced itself to us? Has the soul ever said, "It's me, I'm your energy center, I'm here"? It's almost like it ignores the soul of physicality, even though they're aware of each other or the physicality. It doesn't say, "Hey, this is what you've been, I'm the person, I'm your closest friend. It's me who you've been looking for," and trying to fill it with all kinds of other things. But it doesn't do that. Is that an envy position or a greed of the soul not to announce itself or allow the physicality to be aware of its existence and where it lives? And
Personally, I think it does announce itself. You dream, and you are able to reduce your magnetic fields and to allow the soul to get out, to come back. So it's all we not having sensitivity to observe it. Remember, the magnetic fields that we have here, or part of our inertia, is limiting. So when we get enlightened and get to a different field strength, then we can be able to feel or sense a portion of that dream or a portion of that soul. So it's not like it's not announcing. We are just not conscious of it.
right.
And what
Did the soul ever tell you, you don't have to kill for that 20%? I can feed you. Why are you killing for it? No way.
Well, we are limiting in our knowledge. That's what I'm saying. We don't know. But when we get that knowledge, then we don't have to embark in it. But we are all limiting in our knowledge because of the fields of what we are here.
Mm-hmm. And maybe the soul can't feed you that 20% because it's not available on this planet. So,
correct. Well, that's my understanding too. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. We're all, as he said, it's going to take more than all of us on this planet to open these things up. Anyone else? Let's continue.
Yeah, just thinking the soul tries to inform us, but it's sort of blind towards what we can do. We've been trained to think of ourselves as very, very limited. We don't make use of what is available to us.
I think
so. That's what we're supposed to be learning right now, and it is, and that we can. But it's sort of like not using a part of your body, and then it becomes useless. So we have to make sure we do use all our abilities that are given to us through the soul.
Right. What you just said triggered that little point that was raised a couple of workshops perhaps ago, where the soul is like that little puppy dog who keeps coming up to you and wants attention, but you keep pushing it away. Or the cat that wants to be petted and you said, no, I'm working on the computer, no time now. But that's how the soul is, apparently. But very gently and very subtly, perhaps, it certainly doesn't make a big announcement or a big splash to say, look, this dream state, or what you've been told to call a dream, is actually the work of my energies, in a way, interacting with, or my expanding of the. That's never been explained, but none of this has been explained by the soul. So in a way it's hiding itself until we unravel it a little bit more. All right, we go back. Anyone else? Again, we're just putting out our individual thoughts and understanding up to this point. Nobody's right and nobody's wrong, or no one's 100% right and nobody's wrong.
Then you have to understand how humble man has to become, how much man has to walk away in the emotion of the fields from the greed of holding on to, that he creates the field strength that he can interact with the field of the Creator, which has no greed, but giving. And if you understood this, and what we are giving to you at this moment of time in the background, and you understand it, then I wonder how many of you are holding on. And during the process, how much further you're positioning yourself to be of the strength that you can interact with the light of the knowledge, the enlightenment that enlightens you. Now you understand why we tested the greed. Now you understand why the cornerstone of the man's fall is the greed of the man. The emotion it creates is not at the field of strength of the Creator. In a way, is the opposite to, is the black hole of the life of the man. The more you collect, you become that center point, that black hole, that it has nothing to give. Where in fact, the light of the creation is within it to give. And then you understand, the heavier you get, the further down you fall. I made man in the image of myself, but I didn't make man in the emotion of myself, as I have no emotion of greed. And then you understand how much man needs to understand, has to understand, to be part of the emotion of existence of the Creator.
Well, that's an interesting point. I made man in the image of myself, but I didn't. What did he say here? I made man in the image of myself, but I didn't made man in the emotion of myself, as I have no emotion of greed.
What he's basically saying is man himself created the greed emotion.
But is it also the fact that the creator is very busy giving? He doesn't have time to be attached to anything.
That's a good point.
And also, you understand that emotion is magnetic fields in motion. So whatever physical activity, whatever emotions, those are in trajectories, fields moving. So in a sense, making man in the image of myself, but not making man in the emotion like me, because the emotion of the creator is love, but it's how we interact and then what we give out is totally different sometimes.
How much more you, as knowledge seekers, have to understand about your own emotion and try to find out what is the emotion of the Creator, which I have been created from, but I have walked away from. One day in these teachings, I teach you how, in one instance, switch and reach the field of strength that enlightens you with the light of the Creator. Detachment from every aspect.
So maybe we did have that emotion of no greed, but we walked away from it. And try to find out what is the emotion of the creator, which I have been created from, but I have walked away from. One day in these teachings, I teach you how in one instant switch and reach the field strength that enlightens you with the light of the creator. Detachment from every aspect. And this is the point I was trying to say earlier, which I didn't say. Detachment in everything from everything. I don't think he said that yet. So you're still connected to it. You may still even have it in your garage or in your house, but you're detached from it. If it disappears tomorrow, that's just the way it is.
And this is the way I have been teaching. Detachment and everything from everything. And that's why when I teach you, it stays there. It touches your soul and it changes the course of humanity and the universal condition. Because there is no attachment. Then you understand the totality of work of the universe. How emotion is the cornerstones of the man's, what I call pitfall, to reach to the essence of the Creator in the dimension of emotion, not in the dimension of physicality. If you feel the emotion of the Creator, you have already met the Creator. You become part of the creation, and you become part of the fields of it to radiate to the others.
Is that the giving? Is that the emotion of giving? Unconditionally? Then you've reached that. But we all seem to examine things. Can I afford to give this? Or can I not afford to give this? Okay. That's not unconditional, I suppose.
If you understood the teaching of today in past half an hour, you have found the key to everlasting life. And if not, as I always say, this is another voice in the wind of the planet Earth, where the soul understands, but the physicality cannot comprehend. We go for a small break. Come back. We will try to answer you with the questions that might touch you, bring your soul to understand and be touched with it. Then you understand the how today. Why we have tested you with greed. And let's see how much more you have to be greedy for.
Okay, so that was maybe the second half of the workshop. It was, I think, about 17 minutes or so, whatever it was. We started at minute 34 right up to, so yeah, about 14 minutes or so. And you can hear the first part of it. And again, there's things embedded within these workshops, even if you don't understand English, that's touching the energies of your soul. And this is why you are part of the teacher, and the teacher becomes part of you in these sessions. And it was beautiful to hear when they do the transmutation, there's other deeper work, I think, that will go on within your structure, whether you transmute for a minute or 5 minutes or however long it is. I think there's other work that's being done. So just amazing in depth, and this should give you some ways to speak to the others if you'd like to. But again, dealing with the physicality is a hard way to go. As Mr. Keshe said, he deals with the soul. He doesn't deal with the doorman, which is the physicality and soul of physicality in a way. Okay, so the One Nation Network, I think we should go to the announcements if we can. Let's see if we can somewhere find that. Somewhere. No, that's not the one. That's not the one either. Okay, so then what we'll do here is we'll bring this back down. I may have to use the same one. It seems to have disappeared from the tray. Or we'll just move this one into, yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to do. So we're going to listen to the announcements. Then there's a quick question on hydrogen, although the knowledge is very deep that's shared there. And then we'll go into this calendar, understanding the actual time that we're in now. Apparently there's a huge conflict planned that may last about 7 days coming up. And Mr. Keshe explained this whole sort of working of the calendars. But let's go to the announcements. I think it's, let's see, where was that? Okay, 5737. See if we can go back to 5737. Or you know what? I think because volunteering is very important around the Keshe Foundation, I think we're going to play this. Everyone knows about this, but this is just for people who may be hearing this for the first time in the future. Okay, and about volunteering and getting involved to help the Keshe Foundation and their scientists and doctors to understand more about this and develop this technology. So we'll play this, then we'll go right into the announcements. Feel free to stop it at any time, but this is some of the work that's going on in the background. Again, as Mr. Keshe said, we are not doctors. We are the providers of the technology.
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and tests. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it, because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new colors appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby, the way we did with a tooth, from thousands of kilometers away, without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Okay, and of course, volunteering is very important to continue the development. We saw some of these things that were carried out probably years ago, but it certainly sounds like space technology, advanced space technology. No medicine, no chemicals, nothing was used from 10,000 kilometers away. So these are some of the developments that by volunteering, and here's one of the ways you can volunteer is the transmutation test, which the next session will be on October 24th, it looks like, unless something is changed. Each session is €500 plus the value added tax. But the benefits to the Keshe Foundation and to the scientific team and to humanity are probably immeasurable. And so this is why they ask you to volunteer. And if it's not available to you at this point in time, or if someone's listening and maybe they don't want to volunteer themselves, they can always make a donation to the Keshe Foundation and volunteer someone else. I'm sure there'll be someone who the Keshe Foundation can offer this to. And again, the idea is to get a wider, broader spectrum of, in a way, people, even though I think they've done well with what they have, but the more, the better. And this is why we see birth defects when there's sometimes intermarrying among families. The fields there are not enough fields to create the proper structure. So it only has a limited. So the more people volunteer, the more fields are available in a way to test with, or more structures. So it is important, again, if you don't or not attending these sessions, either you can't, the funds aren't available. For those who listen in the future, or someone who may pick up this program or the workshop, you can volunteer another person. And of course, by doing that, I think you will receive a benefit as well. You receive as much as you give, as we understand it. So this is the transmutation test. I think they may be coming to an end, but I think they're also going to, in a way, transmute into a different type of session, but they'll continue on as I understand it, as myself understands it. I don't think these transmutation tests are over yet. And of course, as we heard, we keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. A beautiful video. Thank you for the voiceovers and everyone else on the Brazilian team who's worked on that video. Okay, I think it's time to go to the, let's see. Yes. No, we're not. Yes.
Break. Take us for a break and we come back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
I think I played that on a different one. Let me just bring it up again. Let's see where that one is. It may be in back of this one. Okay. Yeah. Keshe is going to make the announcements.
Okay, we are back again at the 608th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here. And because it's the second half, as promised, we'll have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Keshe. But before we begin that, he, well, always has something he would like to say beforehand. So please go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
Yes, and just before Mr. Keshe, what you've seen in that amazing melting of the kidney stones, the growing of the tooth, and other things, this is just an amazing process, and this is what we're doing. And we only are seeing 1% of actually what's going on in the background of the Keshe Foundation. Maybe it is 5%, but it's a very small fraction of it. But we're helping to develop many, many gifts that will come out in the future. As Mr. Keshe said, they just test some of these things and then put them on the shelves to be brought out later at a further time. So even though you don't see some of the things you're testing for or whatever, it's all being stored and being prepared for future release when man is probably ready for these things. Anyone? Feel free to stop this part. This is the announcements. I think it's 7 or 8 minutes.
Thank you very much. We start testing of the unit, various couple of them as of this week, and they've been sent to 2 opposite corners of this planet that we can quantify. We can see the pitfalls, and with it, to hopefully within the next 2 to 3 weeks, start the distribution of the units which many of you have ordered. Please be aware that we need certain requirements when we send you a notice to inform us of the detail. We have to keep a data on who's holding the system, who is operating it, and at what position and where it could be. We don't need to say under the bed where the child plays, but at this address, this is a position or whatever. We try in the first batch to scatter the units right across this planet. That it gives us an advantage of not being able to be controlled by governments as they know what is to come. At the same time, we expect you to keep it confidential when you receive it. The whole process will start in a way in October, November. And then once we run for a few weeks, we move into the second phase of the second batch. Please, once you plug them in, do not unplug them. Once you find a position for them there, if you move, you have to let us know who's moving. There are questions raised by many knowledge seekers. Can we pass it on to our children and grandchildren and the rest? Yes. But you have to understand they value it the same as you do. It's not just a box they receive and dispose of it. You got to understand, this is the beginning of the breaking up of the, what we call monopoly of wealth connected to survival. And it takes time. It's not going to be easy. But we still need thousands more to be put in position and to run. So we still need your, what we call generosity, to buy these units and spread it around the world. And allow us to bring that position together. You got to understand the whole structure of the coins is connected to a game. It's not the cryptocurrency the way you're used to. And we'll explain to you when it comes. You have to understand this is only applicable to those who play the game of enlightenment, and those are connected to those who are connected to the Keshe Foundation, or people who accept the position of the Keshe Foundation to be able to operate through these systems. You got to understand what we've done and what we do. Instead of setting up server houses huge across the world, and instead of giving or hacking other people's, what you call, computers and the rest to have the place to do. We have done the reverse. We'll explain to you exactly how it works and how it will be said. Is not worth stealing because there is so much of it that will meet the greed of every man. But it's no good for man to understand the process of what we call the whole system of greed, but does not want to understand the process of giving.
Well, that's the other side of the coin, isn't it? We want to understand, he said it's useless for us to understand the process of greed without wanting to understand the process of giving. But again, it's for each one to examine it for themselves.
We try to bring everything in order, and many of you will receive your units in the coming weeks. And you have to be aware of one point. Keep it, secure it with your life, because this is the future of our children. It's the future of the planet, where we provide so much that there is no greed, even through it, the greed of power. And
so this does sound like, as he said, going from analog to digital to plasma, this is the network that's going to feed these energies across like a ground-based satellite type of system for feeding, for wellness, for energy, and for traveling, as I understand it at this point.
We'll see how it comes and how it will be developed. But we still need much, much more to be purchased for us to make it impossible for governments and the hackers to bring it down, and set up a structure that it can guarantee the soil of knowledge, technology, and everything else.
And just an additional point that we didn't mention, the first 2,000 units that are sold, again, he said, we're playing on your greed. You will earn 2.4, I believe, Keshe coins per year just by owning the unit. And of course, that offsets your electrical costs to run the unit, which I don't think is much. It's just the size of a modem or something like that, fairly small. This is not a tower or anything like that. But you will receive the 2.4 Keshe coins per year, as I understand it, which again, you can use those coins to purchase items within the Keshe Foundation store. And that's without even playing the game of enlightenment. If you get good and if you can master it, I think it was couched that you could even earn, perhaps in some countries, earn a living from playing the game enlightenment. And of course, it's not to earn a living, it's to become a peaceful man in all dimensions.
All the Keshe Foundation technologies, all the teachings will be loaded on this server, on these units. That is free for everyone. And there is no limitation into sharing, and there is no limitation in receiving and updated and upgraded by groups which will set up, and all the communities which are operating around the Keshe Foundation and worldwide.
So again, you just need the ID wallet, €99, and you can be part of the whole network and enjoy the benefits of the playing of the game enlightenment. Again, this is a game coin at this point, and this is the way we should voice it, even though we know there's other things hidden in the background, way more powerful things.
I hope we'll go down this track without any problems, and I hope in the near future we'll be able to replace the total cryptocurrencies around the world when we bring a new structure of the operation. Which means, if you remember, we gave a few USB sticks with the knowledge to the smallest nations in the world, and when the bigger one understood what it is, they all wanted it. In a way, this is putting the seed that does not matter what finances, how a government operates, to all be interconnected through the dimension of the Keshe Foundation, backed by market corporation, backed by the science and technology, and every coin backed by universal, what we call cosmic ray materials. Gold is no good to you on Mars and the universe, where cosmic ray materials is the essence of your life, where in the vacuum of the universe becomes a line of the survival, that black hole, which brings the whole of energy man needs to live in the dimension of the soul.
And remember how he set it up. He said that one of the cosmic ray balls is worth €1,000, and so isn't the Keshe coin. So you would use the coin eventually when it gets moved into the banking system, as he said, probably to participate in the physicality. When you go in the dimension of energy, you'll switch the coin to the cosmic ray material. And now you'll have what you need in that dimension of energy as cosmic rays. As he said, physical gold is useless to you in the universe. So this is being set up for a much bigger structure of work.
Then you understand the importance and the way we have created this position. When these systems has to be there, they are the beacons of life, not only for this planet, but connected to every soul which exists, connected to this planet in the universe. When first man found America, it was one ship at a time, and then flooded. This will be the same thing when man becomes humble, loses his greed for wealth, as the whole universe is there for him to feed him, and then man becomes part of the universal community. In a way, if you look at it, we are giving 1,000 coin per person. Each coin valued as €1,000 today. What happens to euro tomorrow will bring a new level of understanding against gold, against micro, what we call universal materials, where the validity of the greed of the man can be met. He still carries that token in his pocket, that little sphere, I'm still owning something, but with it, we end the greed of the man for wealth. And then we'll see the man becoming humble to God. It's the cornerstone of our work. It's the cornerstone of the change of time. And this is the time to bring that change.
So we all wanted to learn how to manipulate time, time being made of magnetic fields. This is the way we're going to change the time on this planet as I see it. And
if you understand how important this is to all of us, to our children and future generation, it's the obligation, not the pleasure, that we have to bring this in. We need to install 10,000 units to make no nation to be able to control, system not become hackable. At the same time, every man have access to the knowledge, technology, and the wealth, and what I call the food of this planet, be it for the soul of the man, be it for the physicality of the man. So, understand what's going on, and we do our best to bring this in. It's started, we cannot stop it, but the speed of it partially depends on the will of the man, and the completion of it, and the date of the completion of it has already written in the holy books. It is not mine or yours. It's the destiny of the man. Because this time when we feed from the earth though, we feed every soul of the man. Animal, plant, every other creature, from earth to earth. In a way, the earth becomes the center of the creation, where through it, we can feed the universe. Maybe the Creator has moved home. And when you love a woman, her home is your home. It's your chosen earth. and there shall be the new home. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, I guess the creator is moving in. And this is the new home of the creator, and we'll reach out to the entire universe from here. Again, the universe considered man insignificant dust, but now we're going to become significant dust in the universe. And this position is as well. He said that these units are connected to every soul that was from this planet or something. Anyone want to comment on this? It was interesting. I was hearing, I think his name is Michael Cremo. I'm not sure about ancient archaeology and man's antiquity of being here from a long time. And he studied the Puranas, which is an Indian sort of text in a way. And in there, he said they indicated that there were 400,000 types of human beings in a way, maybe little variations in space. And I don't know how accurate that is. I know Mr. Keshe said when you transmute, you probably won't look like a human. But they were saying how many different variations of this, and perhaps this structure was embedded in the creation in a way, because there's so many different varieties of humans. And maybe this is who's coming to meet us. As he said, there's a group coming who'll impress us quite beyond our imagination with the knowledge and understanding. So this may be, and hopefully they look somewhat similar to us. It'll be probably easier to accept in a way, at least initially for some. All right, I think instead of going to the hydrogen question, which is important, we're just going to go up to this idea of the calendars. And this is another long one. But again, I think we're being, in a way, touched on the deeper level just by listening to these. I've always felt that, but never really understood fully. Let's see, we're going to go to 1330 if we can. Okay, I guess we'll start. Whoops, I just moved it. Okay, and this is where he starts to address this idea of the calendar in the period of time we're in. I think this is a beautiful explanation of some of the events that is being called for. But as he said, is the technology forcing this position, or is it the holy books? I guess we're going to find out in the coming time, where a large conflict, but then we will go into the 1,000 years of peace, it sounds like to me. And this will be, this is already pre-written, and apparently most of the people in most of the religions have no idea that this is the particular time. I certainly didn't, and I don't know if anyone else was aware of we're reaching the end of the 6,000-year cycle. He talked about 7 days of creation in the last 1,000 being the peace. And even in the yugas and other things, they talk about this epic of time where we go from gold and then down to silver, and then down to iron, and then down to copper, and then down to iron. I guess it was some sort of example of energies. And I guess the iron is where there's a lot of suffering. And then the cycle goes back to the gold again. Just something that they had explained, which I don't quite understand. But let's hear this, where we are right now in this point in day and time.
Any other question?
Okay, thank you. From Paulo in the Q&A asks, will the science of plasma spreading en masse bring a new calendar? I ask because in the great human transformations in civilizational history, there has been a change in the calendar. Now, combined with this historical fact, there is no longer any doubt about the parameter of time. So the calendar without this.
And feel free to stop it. Alex, we're probably going to run 15 minutes past the top of the hour, something along that line. And then if we have more questions or people want to make comments, it may be a little longer, just letting you know. But feel free to stop at anyone and discuss this.
New universal reference of time taught by the Keshe Foundation will no longer make any sense. Is it possible to have a more intelligent calendar that coincides with the beginning of a season and that also coincides with the same days of the week every year? There is also the fact that the calendar is based on a lie. Since Jesus was not born on December 25th, his birth was brought forward to coincide with the festivals considered pagan, commemorating the birth of Mithras.
Let me explain to you something interesting. Man's work on different calendars in how to suit them and changes it as it suits them. We've seen in the recent past, in the past, my lifetime, if you were Iranians, you understand it very well. We had a calendar which was common to all those who believed in Shia life, when what we call the time of Muhammad. Then the Shah of Iran decided that Islamic calendar, nothing to do with us as a nation. He changed it to the monarchy calendar. Now we went from 1,300 to 2,500. We became monarchy. Then Ayatollahs came and they changed it back into another calendar, which is about the same. So if you're following calendars, you're kind of confused. If you come from that kind of thinking, it's totally lost. Nobody knows where, what, and the rest of it. A few days added, a few days taken away, goes back to that. Sunnis have a different calendar for themselves, and Christians have different one, and Jews have different. If you're familiar with a calendar time, something very interesting is happening within the next few days. Extremely important if you're a Jewish. Even a lot of Jews are not aware of this. They say God created earth over 7 days and 7 nights. Understanding in the literature of the time, 1 day is 1,000 years. According to the Holy Scripture of the Jews, the first 6,000 years will be when the man suffers. And then the last 1,000 years when the man flourishes and a new cycle starts. Remember 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, I told you how the calendar fell on the 13th and the 14th. And then nobody understood. What I explained to you, I explained to the Iranian leaders in a recorded message, which reaches out to Khamenei and the rest of the people who are in it, in the past few days. And I explained this for you to understand exactly why dates and time calendar matters, because it's the way it's set and the mindset. You decide what time you go shopping, and that energy is set for you to go at 10 o'clock, I'll get up, I'll go shopping, even I decided the night before. So when it comes 10 o'clock tomorrow, you go shopping because you were told that time. Now, understand something very interesting. According to the Islamic religious, the whole of Iran's religious hierarchy has set up soldiers, armies for coming of Mehdi this year. They are defenders of Mehdi. There is a lot of structure has set in Iranian structure, religious, a lot of talks, a lot of facts that this year is the year when the Mehdi comes. We're told on, as I said, 13th, 15th of Shahrivar, which was a couple of weeks ago, that there will be a massive war. As I explained to you, now you understand. I said to the people who were involved with me that this change, the big change, will come on the 15th of September, according to the books. According to the Jewish calendar, according to the structure of the Old Testaments and everything which is behind it, the end of the 6,000 years is next Tuesday on 23rd of December. September. And according to the structure of the belief and how they move things, between next week and Yom Kippur, which is the 1st, 2nd of October, a massive war has to take place. And it will be the fight of the Jews, Moses' disciples, over the rest of the religions and humanity. And then from this will rise the ashes of what we call King David, or what we call Moses and the rest of it. Now understand the significance of calendars. When I told you, go back on the teaching, that the 13th, 14th of Shahri, 15th of Shahri, last couple of weeks ago, I told you there's going to be a problem. And then I told you why it didn't happen, because it's a process. In the process of the Jewish calendar, and according to the rabbis and the whole caboodle of the Jewish structure and the hierarchy, 95% of the Jews are not aware of what's going on. Those who sit like Vatican popes are knowing and they're planning it. These are the people who play with the dates, and there is no holiday, no Fridays, and whatever on the Jewish calendars that it matches any other religion. On the 15th of September, which was last Monday, as I told the Iranians a couple of weeks ago, is when all the enemies of the Moses get together to rise against it. And they have 7 days and 7 nights to work together. We all know what happened on the 15th of September. All the Muslims around the world gathered in Doha. But you have to understand how they gathered in Doha. They gathered in Doha because it was attacked a few days earlier by the Jewish state. In a way, the Jews knew if they attack Doha, they start that match that on the 15th, the enemies of Moses will get together according to the book, and the Muslims just play the game without knowing what they're doing. But I've told the knowledge seekers here on the teaching, they know what I told them, exactly what's going on. They're amongst you, because there is a recording of it, because this message has gone to how many of Iran. So they said they attack Doha to kill the Palestinians, but Israelis knew exactly where they're hitting. They were not there or they were there. The leads of Hamas was irrelevant. It was a match to start the fire. And we saw on the 15th of September, they all got together. With their allies, with their alliance, the Muslims coming together to stand against Israel, the promised word of the Torah is completed. Where they all arise against Jews, and now Netanyahu has to start a war. 7 days and 7 nights falls on 23rd, beginning of the cycle of the 7,000 years. We are in the last days of the 6,000 years of anarchy and everything else. And somebody has to be that the Jews win over the Persians. This is what's in the holy books. And then the peace will come. All of you thought Iran getting attacked, Israelis, and this is all set up by religions which you are not aware of. The kingdom of Moses and King David will complete when the Jews win over Iran. In this war, which is set up from the 15th, which is the Jews have a specific word called Qim, which is called unbelievers, people who don't believe in Moses. In Arabic, they call it kafar, the ones who believe in no God. So, you talk about the calendar. Now the calendar of humanity past 6,000 years. In the next few days comes to the process of the last 7 days. The last day of completion of the cycle of 7 days and 7 nights according to Torah. So, between the 23rd to the 1st and 2nd of October, which is Yom Kippur, the Jewish leaders are forcing the supposed to be the return of King David, which is Netanyahu himself believing in it, is supposed to emerge. In Doha, when the Muslims came together, the, what do you call, Chinese got in, the Russians are got in, the African nations are in, and the rest of it. So it's the whole of the world against the state of Israel, which is Muslim, and they have to win. We're going to see a murder. I sent a coded message if members of the Universal Council, when they release it a few days ago to them. I never send a message to the Universal Council in this way. Preparing the council to be ready for what is to come. In our process, now we see if the fulfillment of the time, the calendar of the man, will fit into the image of what is being said. Who knew thousands of years ago the Jews had to win over the Persian Empire? But if you notice Netanyahu, when he says everybody is against us, he hit, as President Xi, he says we even hit China yesterday, which means now the whole world is our enemy. Nowhere is safe but if you are in Israel. 4 million people have put the needle in the back of 9 billion people because they believe. Biggest question is, you remember I told you at the time will come the Jews will pay for the American ships to get them out? Would there be in the state of Israel? Or this will be the end of the process? This is a calendar of man on earth for 6,000 years. We are coming into it. We hear, we watch. If nothing happens, the foretold histories of the man of 6,000 years complete and a new peace will start. We will shall see. If not, and if the way Mr. Netanyahu is setting everything up to be, that by Yom Kippur, the Israelis will start a mayhem and they win 4 million and supposed to win over 9 billion, all end up in the process. Listen to what I said for past months. We've taken the love of God from blood of Moses. They shall have no home, let alone the land they took by occupation. This is not just to the followers of Moses. It's the same for the Jews, the same for the Muslims, the same for Christians, the same Buddhists, the same for the whole of humanity. Always said, when in a family, they're all doctors, the children become doctors, everybody there to help, to serve. When you see a mafia, the children become mafias, the rest. You see a murderer, the thieves. And this tribe is the blood of the man who's killed and see glory in killing. And these are his children. And it's time that they have no land and no where to land in, but except within their brain. When President Xi of China in past 24 hours has said, we will not stand any more suffering of Palestinians when Netanyahu threatened the Chinese, that they are our enemy, now they're all in it. We are all in for a massive, massive change. And you have to understand, once the state of Israel goes, United States gone, European community is gone, and 500 years of rampaging, slavery, and everything else comes to them. Now we have to see if the calendar of the man, 6,000 years, in next 14, 15 days, was being foretold, and the Jewish state, all these rabbis, high rabbis, work on it. This is why they wouldn't touch Netanyahu, because he has convinced them that he's the return of King David, the promised one. And he can do whatever, and they don't touch him. Now you understand the secret. Let's see what happens. We saw for the first time the arrow has been thrown by the European community. Any plane carrying Netanyahu over European state, they have the right to shoot it down. They have the right to capture. This is in past few hours coming out of EU. Now is the word of Christians against the Jews on top. Now you understand. The head of the European community cannot talk at this level without confirmation of it. We are all watchers of the 6,000 years coming. We are coming to a new cycle of peace and prosperity and everything else. And now we have to see it. Is it technology? Or is it the word of the historical time of a murderer becoming King David? We shall win. And now watch which calendar. But the most important thing is, does this calendar affect planet Mars, citizens of another galaxy? No. This is also centered around the greed of the man for the time of the man. As I told you before, now just watch this operation and what might happen in the next 15 days, 20 days, 30 days, and then you understand why. If you kill, you're a murderer. But when a man kills himself, is suicide, nobody to blame. And this is what the children of Moses decided. Then there is no excuse. You got to understand the history of this planet and how things go. As I explained to the Iranian religious leaders yesterday, past few days. There's a saying in English, if Muhammad doesn't go to the mountain, we bring the mountain to Muhammad. Do you know where this comes from? Does anybody know where actually this proverb comes from? Muhammad came from plains of Jordan and Palestine. Jews saw his uprising, how he was gathering people and how he was doing things. And if you read in the history of the Islam, they made in Islam a lot of verses that Muhammad took the tribes of Jews and did this to them, took their women and everything else. Muhammad was based in Palestine and he used to travel into Yemen and south in Saudi Arabia, Mecca area, the mountains of the south. If you are a Muslim, and you have to understand how the history of man works, Al-Azhar, the first mosque, the first building which Muhammad prayed in, it blesses his name, was in Jerusalem. How come suddenly it moved to Mecca? The whole history of Islam sits in Palestine. All the things, what the Jews did, they literally rewrote the whole history of Islam, moved it to Mecca, away from Palestine. They paid the Muslim leaders to move, and then they rewrote a book according to the geography of the place that it could match to it. People could see, yes, now we believe the mountain was there, so we've been there. The religion was moved after 100 years or so from Palestine into Saudi, what we call Mecca today. Now, you have to understand why. Because they wanted no Jews, no Muslims in Palestine, that they could own it. And now, if you understand, a few years ago, Jews moved the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Why? Because they knew as long as they moved the headquarters, the government into Jerusalem, Arab nations will not touch Al-Azhar. Arab nations will not touch Israel because it's the holy land. And that was a trick that a lot of people missed. It wasn't a religious space. It was that the Jews are 48% of the population of Israel. 52% are Palestinian Muslims at this moment. Now you have to come to understand something. As I said before, the center of the Islam sits in Al-Azhar, in the church, in the mosque, where Muhammad said the first prayer, where he declared everything. And then 100 years later, decades later, they moved it to Saudi. We know this is correct, and nobody understands it why. The only nation which has a proof of this and has never destroyed it is the nation of Aryan. The Iranians who became Muslim married into Kingdom of Iran with his family of Muhammad. They all built mosques where face to Al-Azhar, the Mecca, the point of prayer. When the Jews moved the Muslims after the death of Muhammad, decades later, to Mecca, which is today, and wrote the whole history of Islam upside down to fit them, in a way, cheated them, then the Muslims moved their Mecca, or what do you call it, direction of prayer to Mecca. Iran is the only nation. In Iran, there are few mosques which are going back to that old time, which have two walls of prayer, as I said before. One to Al-Azhar, and when they moved it to Mecca, they built another side of the mosque facing Mecca. So in one church, in one mosque, you have two prayer points. And this is what the Jews are after, to destroy, that there is no sign of them fooling the whole structure. It's not a place where you pray to, it's what you believe in that you pray to. Now you understand why the state of Israel is after destroying everything in Iran. They want to destroy the last signs that's in their holy book, the last signs of their atrocity of that time against Muslims by moving Jerusalem to Mecca. And now you understand the reason, because this is what King David has to do, the last remnants of what is left of their own mass murders of past. Now let the historian talk in 10 years' time, in 5 years' time, what happened at the end of the 6,000 cycle calendar of the man, which is in the next 7 days. On Tuesday, 23rd, we go into the phase of it, And then it takes 7 days for the new cycle of 7,000 years to start, which is Yom Kippur. And is not Netanyahu who has risen the time of war. It's the religious leaders. And if they can carry it out. And then the whole world from China to Russia. You see how Netanyahu has set everything up. Now you understand. It's not him. He's just a puppet, David. And he's carrying the wheel of those rabbis sitting in the places in Israel and dictating the time, because then they're going to win because it's in Torah. This is the calendar of the man. What is the calendar of the universe in respect to man in a position? Man has to find out when it becomes part of universal community. My message to Universal Council. Be ready for what is to come. That what comes will bring a new coming. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. We have a hand up, but before we get to Pen Peter and attendees here, I'd like to address a question from Claudio in the Q&A. It's in Italian and translates as follows. Since I am governed by the ego, which expresses itself only through emotions such as attachment and greed, access to the emotion of transmutation will only occur when I abandon the ego. How can I allow this transition without the ego blocking it?
Okay, sorry, I couldn't find it to shut that part off. What I was looking for was the formation of the Universal Council video, where Mr. Keshe says it's the religious leaders, in a way, give a pretext to the political leaders that they go to war. So we're hearing a confirmation of that again today. I'll just back this up. This is the video, the formation of the Universal Council.
There won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict.
So that period of the religious leaders fomenting war, I think, will be finished. Okay, are there any comments on that? I thought that was a great history lesson, again, by Mr. Keshe. He's given many of them in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, but it's certainly, as he said, most of the people participating in the various religions are not even aware of what the leadership has planned. So it won't be the end of the world, but it certainly will be a point of transitioning into this peace, and this is what we look forward to. Again, it may be in a number of years ahead of now, but this is a very historic time according to the calendars or the holy books. All right, let's go to our Dome of Peace. This is what we're trying to create and spread, the fields of peace, the same way the sun spreads its fields to interact. We can do the same thing. And of course, every day at the same time, the Universal Council invites everyone to participate in this process at 9 p.m., whether it's for 1 second, a nanosecond, or whatever you'd like. It's the process of using this energy dimension, which this is part of what the Keshe Foundation is doing, opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. Remember, we're sort of chameleons. We operate in both dimensions. So join us on an energy level on a daily basis to explore your dimension of energy or the soul, and also especially to give to the world leaders and the religious leaders that they can change something, or perhaps even feed them that energy of gold that was fed to you in the recent workshops, that you can actually satisfy their emotion for war and greed and stealing through this process. And of course, you get nourished the same way. So feel free to join us on this energy level. And of course, you can also join the Brazilian team on Wednesdays and every day. You can see the second one here where they do a daily intention. And again, they have a strength of a soul in that group that is bringing this into completion. And you're welcome to join that in the, I think this is the one, the Keshe Brazil, or on perhaps Zoom, Facebook, and other locations where they broadcast. This is the first part on Sunday that they made something where we release the Gans waters. And this is the first step of the Dome of Peace, is to release energies into the environment. So let's hear our first step of the Dome of Peace, which is the releasing of the Gans waters on Sundays. But you can release them at any time the same way you can release fields from your reactors anytime to elevate others. It could be a world leader, it could be someone in your family, or even someone next door, or even someone across the planet. This is what we're learning to do. The Universal Council is learning about this energy dimension as well. We haven't fully mastered it, that's for sure.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, again, something for your physicality to do, but you can see the similarity that you're releasing waters. Again, they're like a taxi for the energies that you're releasing. And now we go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which we release these energies in the dimension of energy, or the dimension of the soul, as I understand it. So collectively, we're doing this with the water, and apparently we're stronger. And when we do it with the soul collectively, we make a beautiful bouquet of fields that the world leaders, or the soul of the world leaders, that's who we're elevating, decides to pick it up and change a dimension within their dimension of physicality. But as indicated, they're quite low in this area, and they need a lot of elevation. So it's not something that will complete in a week or a month. But with the energies and what's going on and what's happening in the background with the conflict that we're hearing, this is all coming together in the right time. So this is the second step of the Dome of Peace, where we use the power, or the collective power of the souls, to create a change of position. Again, we're not actually, we are looking for the change of position, but that is not. It's just the ability to give unconditionally to the others. And I think we'll use this technique, this talent, in a way, the way the Creator does. Again, a complete giver, the Son, a complete giver as well. So isn't the soul of the man, and that's what we're doing here. So let's hear the second step of the Dome of Peace. Thank you, Stefania. Now we'll hear from Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this As please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe.
Okay, so now we understand what the mission is to provide these energies. You can do it as early and as often as you'd like. We're not going to take any moment of silence because in a way you can do it whether it's silent or noisy. Don't feel you're limited, that you need complete silence or complete quiet. As Mr. Keshe said, the universe is quite a busy place with a lot of noises apparently, or interactions going on in different fields. So we can do this. And again, nobody fails this test. This is one of the most beautiful parts of the elevation of the others. Even though we doubt ourselves that we have the capacity to do that, we do. And of course, the mother connection is through the soul of the Creator, which connects all of us together, as I understand it. So thank you in advance. You know what the mission is. Keep it in your mind. Realize that they're almost like a thirsty person. Would you give them a drop of water, or would you give them a cup of water? It all depends on how much you want to give to these world leaders. But it's also, I think, important to understand the process of the energy dimension. Your reactor, your energies or emotions that you can give to the others. And of course, you're feeding yourself in that whole process. So it ends up being a win-win, as I see it, situation. And of course, it's allowing you to serve the others, not in the physicality so much. It's a lot of work and a lot of energy to work in the dimension of physicality. But working in this dimension of energy, as we raise the collective awareness of this planet, we will see the change. It doesn't take a lot of energy, and it doesn't take a lot of work to operate in this dimension of energy, as I understand it. But again, my knowledge is quite low. I'm just sharing what I think I understand about this technology. So thank you all for continuing this process as you choose to do. And there's many ways of releasing Gans waters. I like to keep some in the windshield washer tank, let's say, among other things, but that's one of the ways where if you feel like spraying it, you can spray it if you're in your car at any time. So many ways, but I think as these energies, you know, we've been sort of laying down a mesh by releasing Gans waters, and the Chinese have been doing it for over a decade, as I understand it. But as these new energies come into the environment, I think we will see sort of the Gans light up in a way, maybe not with a physical light, but become even more energetic, as they're already have found a place and position to bring balance. Again, just my simple thinking and understanding. Okay, now the part of the program we've all been waiting for Alex to come in. If you're still with us, I haven't bored you. Alex, are you with us, and would you like to begin your beautiful presentation? And we thank you for joining us.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Mark. Oops, I forgot to do something. One moment here, please. Okay, there we go. Thanks for all you do, bringing us to this point, leading the pack, as they say. Someone has to be a leader and someone has to be a follower.
Coordinator, as you used to use. Don't elevate me to a leader. I like coordinator better. Thank you.
Okay. Have it your way. Let's do this very important business.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you very much, everyone. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Thank you all for being here. And we all understand how important this week is going to be. More than usual. Every week has been important as it leads up to everything that we're trying to achieve. And it becomes more in focus as to what it is that we're trying to achieve, isn't it? So, as the knowledge seekers, let's see what's going on here. I see. Oh, okay. I guess I have all the right screens.
We're seeing, I think, your first one, basic GAN's tech, direction of flow.
Okay, perfect. I'm just oh, with the updates now, I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, we'll get rid of this screen. Now I can see the screen. Well, one screen overlapping another screen, and this is actually very instructive because that's what we really want to do. So I want to welcome all the Keshe American Knowledge Team leaders here, and let's remember that this is a worldwide organization, so we're just part of a whole hive of intense knowledge seeking. So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are discussing today basic GAN's tech. The subject of the direction of flow has come up. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It's September the 21st, World Peace Day of 2025. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And as we continue and have continued for so many years, we're trying to condense all the knowledge, and it's getting very difficult to condense the knowledge because the knowledge is overflowing. And isn't it appropriate? We're talking about the direction of flow. So where is it flowing and how do we determine that? So please enjoy the trip today, because we're going to try and get a better understanding of the direction of flow, because this is kind of important. Because when we're talking about a direction of flow, the first thing we have to talk about is that there was a creation of matter. And in book number 1 from Marin Tavagoli Keshe, there was the universal order of creation of matter, the coming together of dark matter, combining antimatter and matter. And we're trying to define that in scientific means. But when we have one matter, we also have another matter. And then we have to understand that there's more than two matters. And the structure of a light is in book number 2, telling us how we go from one matter to another matter. And this is very important because it's fundamental to the universal order of creation of matter. So if we could go from one to another, what happens when we want to grow? What happens when we want to have more? What are the rules at play? So in book number 3, The Origin of the Universe shows how one matter can split up into two matters. So we have our universe, which we're intimately familiar with it. I'm sure you've all traveled through all of our universe. And we have a sister universe that we've also traveled all the way through, but we're not really sure if we have traveled, because we're not sure if we were awake to that possibility. So what is the situation according to the 396 One Planet, One Nation, One Race for Justice and World Peace, brought to you by Rick Crammond and the members of the Universal Council, is we have been trying to get that passenger ticket, that travel ticket, that allows us to engage with the rest of the universe, that allows us to even travel within our own universe. Because frankly, there are factors at play which have prevented us from doing that. And now that awareness is coming forward. So how do we do that? And it has to do, obviously, with world peace. So that is the bottom line. I keep alluding to the commandments, and especially the missing commandments of number 11, the thou shalt not lie. One of the things that's been a hot topic, besides the 10 commandments, is the emotional part of greed. And the subject has come up this week in a very dynamic way. And the point of the matter is, if we are greedy, does that automatically mean that we have a right to lie, cheat, steal, and kill? If we tell lies, does that mean it gives us the right to be greedy? Or, are all of these things, totally intimately regulated? Well, if we choose to. But there's no rule that says that is so. So what rule are we really following? So if we look at these total 24 commandments, and as they guide us on how we should run our lives, one has to question who issued these commandments. Why did they issue them to us? Why did we need to have them? And what purpose did they serve? And since we have had them, what are the results? And if you're satisfied with the results, well, then so be it. But I think most of the knowledge seekers are not satisfied with the results. Otherwise, they wouldn't work so diligently week after week for over 11 years in trying to bring this knowledge forward. why has there been so much opposition? So we keep asking these questions, but we don't get the answers, which means that is the answer. The fact that we're not getting the answer is the answer. You see, because the plasma rule is the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. We have adopted a rule where the higher strength eats the weaker strength. This has created a conflict point. Conflict point is another way of saying binding point. And a binding point in a binding zone is a field that is a manifestation. And because that field is drawing energy, it becomes more dense. And since that field is drawing energy from other fields, so we require at least two other fields but not only two fields, to continue feeding that binding zone. But this feeding is an inertia density manifestation, and that is the plasma rule. The thing about the energy binding, and it is self-serving. The fact of the matter is that no one cares about you more than you. As much as we would like to believe otherwise, the fact of the matter is no one knows more than you what you need, what you wish for, and nobody works as hard as you do to achieve that. But that doesn't mean we're all skillful in achieving those things. All what I'm saying is that the energy binding that we require to exist is our dimension point, and it is self-serving. But many of us have discovered, and too many of us have discovered, that this is done at the expense of others, who also require their energy self-serving binding needs. So this immediately creates a point of lack. And when those who lack see the results of this kind of conduct, then all of a sudden, this becomes socially acceptable. Say, well, you lied to me and you stole from me and you prospered and you got away with it. Well, it just so seems that there are rules for some and rules for others, and they might as well not apply to me. So it becomes acceptable. It becomes socially acceptable to lie, cheat, steal, and kill. And then it becomes part of our genetic code. And over time, it becomes reinforced. And so this is an important point. So we're seen as fallen angels because that is the whole thing of becoming more dense. We call it angular density, and it's depicted as falling. In the process of falling, we have increased density. And of course, that leads to increased pressure. We call it increased gravity. All it is an increased dependence on Earth space feeding, because this leads to more pressure, and this pressure can explode like popcorn. And so it feeds our internal Gans tensity. But angular momentum is conserved. So we only see one side of the picture in this particular discussion. So when we're talking about flow, one of the ways, if we have two bodies of water and we want to flow the water from one body to another body, is to connect by gravity. So elevate one body over another body so that the water from the higher body flows into the lower body. This becomes the falling gradient. But there's another energy that we can't see flowing. It's called loosh. And so we have another practice of loosh harvesting. This becomes a single-minded intention because it's self-serving. And if more people have this single-minded intention, then it becomes part of the hive-mind intention through reinforcement, and becomes a part of the genetics. And so it becomes emblematic of the GAN's intention. So honey is sweet, and especially if it's your honey, I would like that. You don't need it. It's excess for you. This exposes a subject about our memory threshold, because most of us are only remembering the short-term memory, the lifelong memory. We have a historical memory, which we're told. We have an ancestral memory, well, actually, which we're told. And there's a universal memory. But how do we cross over that memory threshold? Where's that tipping point, that will give us that long-term memory? So it's the freedom that we're looking for that connects you to that memory. So we can't just look at the memory of how we have fallen here. Because if we are the fallen angels, where do we fall from? Why did we fall? Did we fall? Maybe if you travel out of town and you go to another place, maybe someone would ask you, oh, well, when did you fall? You never say that. You say, well, when did you arrive? Well, I came into town yesterday. You don't say, well, I fell in yesterday. So this business of fallen angels is kind of introducing a concept that is releasing responsibility. And responsibility is what it's all about, because self-serving needs require emotional and physical vitality. And we are deficient. We are deficient by the continual practice of self-serving greed. And then we become party to it. And as we see others succeed where we fail, we may become jealous. And then we may see that, well, that's kind of the way to go. And what's very interesting is that money has a way of concealing everything. So, it's like the Chicago street thug, that was jailed for drug dealing. And, now he's the ruler of a country. And well, congratulations to you, how you've elevated your status in life. And the thing is, of course, he's still a street thug. And that's the problem. The money masks it over, the power masks it over. So it seems that the misconduct becomes justified. Well, look at me. Look how successful I am. This is the method that I chose. And I have succeeded swimmingly. And you are a failure. So you should adopt my ways. And this becomes a very strong argument. So that creates a momentum. And so we find that momentum is very, very much stuck in the waves of the transmission. energy state. It's the lowest, the carbon-12 energy state. Let's say carbon-12 is because we are organic beings, and organic beings are carbon-based. We find in the transition state, higher energy state, carbon-14, which is an isotope, is of a higher energy state, and it's not exhibiting the powers, the problems of falling, such as density and pressure and heat and frequency. And then there's the transmutation highway, the carbon-16, which allows man's universe to connect to the sister universe and beyond. So have we undiscovered skills? Have we unaccounted for skills? Or have we unacknowledged skills? Because every day we go to sleep and every day we wake up. And so there is a transition from the transmission state to the transmutation highway. And we don't understand it. And who do we blame? Do you blame your parents? If your parents had good intentions, they would have told you. But how can parents tell you something when they themselves don't know? And so we see generation after generation go down without having answered these basic questions. They really are basic questions, because it's one of the questions that if you were to ask, very few people could answer. But what's most important is that you are able to answer it yourself. So if you're not satisfied with that answer, then it requires pursuit. But if you couldn't care less, then carry on. And, shall we say, go with the flow? Yeah. And so we had the cups of life, which taught us the nanocoding process. Excuse me. There may be a few interruptions today based on that. So the cups of life were not the cups of pandemic. They demonstrated our inner space emotional strength. And that emotional strength can translate into a physical strength. So this is the thing that we're talking about, the GANS tech. And so we see the various GANSes that we can create, the CO2, the calcium, the zinc, copper, water, amino acid, and we can even create gold. And as of May the 10th of this year, we could create as much as you want. So we were able to create these GANSes in our homes. We were able to do that without very expensive exotic equipment. And so many of us had that firsthand experience, which is so vital to understand that there's a magnetical gravitational relationship. And then once that boundary is set, then we have the soul, and the soul sits within that boundary. So we have the cup of emotion and the cup of physicality, and then we have the cup of soul. Now, collectively, those three come together, and you have the magnetical field and the gravitational field, that being the boundary, and then the soul. So now the question becomes, what's the direction of the flow? And who takes priority, and how does it work? Well, the cup of the universe has even a higher priority, because we have two sides of the brain, what we call the hemispheric brain. And one side is emotional, one side is physical. But not only. And then we have the carbogen side, which is actually not in the brain, but is connected to something else. So we have one copper GANs and one zinc GANs and one carbogen GANs, and they come together and give us 3, but that creates a soul. But this brain needs to be able to walk and do things on this planet, so it needs a body. Did we ever ask those questions? How is everything connected? Well, mathematicians like to connect things with straight lines, and that's the old Euclidean geometry. And, it's easy to draw one line perpendicular to another, but what do you have when you have a hyperbolic figure or an elliptic figure? How do you get that right angle? Well, you have to hit that specific spot, but it's deficient. Whereas the Riemannian geometry started to incorporate the merging of the straight lines with the curved lines. And when you look at the universe, well, everything's kind of curved. And why is that? Well, because the universe is made from multiple turning points. So when we talk about the plasma science and the field strengths, each of them is by orders of magnitude, which means 10 times. So mega is 10 to the power of 6 and giga is 10 to the power of 9, whereas micro is 10 to the minus 6 and nano is 10 to the minus 9. So that means the difference between all of those is 3 orders of magnitude. So that's 10 times 10 is 10 times 10 is 100. And times 10 is 1,000. That is a huge difference. It's not 3 orders of magnitude, it's 1,000. And it's always balanced. So we have the Maggrav balance. So we remember the Maggrav balance is magnetical gravitational equality. And so what we focus on one side, we have to understand that there's an equal and opposite balance. But when we say equal and opposite, not necessarily directly, because excuse me, there's no one-to-one relationship, definitely. One of the obvious questions would be, if the soul is doing the feeding and it is directing the energy flow, who is going to get fed? So, it could be the stomach or the heart or the liver. And then how do we do the direction of flow when we have so many directions to go? So I think we all agree, even though we like to have lunch at noon, the soul doesn't have a feeding schedule and say, okay, we're going to do the kidney on Monday, the nose, you're going to have to wait till Friday, and but we got to do the legs on Thursday. So the soul feeding is obviously done simultaneously, universally. Well, how do we keep track of all that? Here we are in the basic GANSTEC. So one of the things that we were able to achieve is that we were able to produce gold. And this, as I said, was on May the 10th of 2025. This was done in Beijing. And we proved that, men are not the only gold diggers. We can create ganses and then we can manifest through inertia density manifestation, gold itself. But not just gold. We can create any product on the periodic table of elements. So this is a revelation, isn't it? Because we don't have to go mining. We can have whatever we want, and it comes from the universe. So now we have a different perspective of the matter plasma dimension, because conventionally we were always looking at the gravitational physical state because we can touch it and see it, or we were looking at the magnetical plasma state, which we can't touch and can't see, but they are all part of the matter plasma. So our interpretation of the life is based on our feedback. Yes, I exist, therefore I am. Great. And what are you exactly? And what are you connected to? Well, what you can say, if you're feedback dominant, is that you're connected to this planet and that what you see is what you get. But is that acceptable to you? And are you going to accept that answer? Because once we get into the nano alignments, we found that there was a relationship which we called magnetical and gravitational inertia points. But the thing is that the nanocoating around the copper wire was actually a carbon nanocrystal. Oh, wait a second. How did that copper wire become carbon nanocoated? So something has changed. It doesn't seem to add up, does it? So maybe there are different rules at play. And those rules exemplify the Magravs energy transfer states. In other words, we seem to understand atomic states. Now we understand nanostates. Do we understand the GAN states? And those are just the lowest energy states. Those are all part of the matter states. But the rules are the same, where they're balanced. So we can go from one side of the GAN state to the other side of the GAN state and have offsetting energies. But we can also go from one side of the GAN state to the other side of the atomic state. And those are also offsetting energies. But that's, again, we're just saying that is a one-to-one relationship. So we can call that like the pico turning point. And that becomes very important for us to discuss, because when we were looking at superconductors, we took the copper wire and nanocoated it, and then we took GaNs, which is gas as a nanosolid, and we coated the copper wire, and then we increased the field strength. But an interesting thing happened. Before we got to the GaNs, there was this intermediate state we called the pico coating state. And when we finally had the technology to actually see the pico, we found that it wasn't very round, but very spiky. So was the pico coating a gas, or was the pico coating the seed that ended up being a pico popcorn that created the gas? Because the energy emission or the energy explosion seems to be that of a popcorn. And so it's gotten from that lowest energy state, the pico level, and ended up being of a very, very high energy state. So in that process, as it became 1,000 times smaller, somehow it became 1,000 times bigger. That would be 1,000,000. And so now we discovered some secrets. How we had this Gans freakout. We had these field forces. One in the core was a positive charge, which was gravitational, and one was on the periphery, which was a negative charge. It was magnetical. So we can see the relationship between the charges. So what this is very important is to understand that the negative is the giver. Once you understand that, and that becomes your roadmap, that becomes your marker. Once you identify what is the negative charge, then from there things follow. But let's face it, what's the direction of flow? Where are you going? And that isn't necessarily identified. So last week we talked about polyatomic. And so when we looked at a molecular connection, we found that there must have been a communication link. We could say it's a covalent bond between two masses. So these are just nondescript masses. But what we're saying with the plasma science is that one is magnetical and one is gravitational. And so the negative is giving to the gravitational. Since the gravitational is more dense, then the magnetical is falling towards the gravitational. However, there has to be an offsetting energy flow. So now that the gravitational has received that energy, it has more energy to give. And the giving of that energy is magnetical. And where does it go? Well, it goes to another gravitational destination. We cannot assume that it goes back to the origin, because if it was, then it would be like a dog chasing its tail and will round and round and round and basically go nowhere. So it's not true. It does go round and round, but it does exist because of the mag-grav relationship, the magnetical gravitational relationship. So there, now we start to understand more about the polyatomic connection points and how, as we understand this, we will become more unchained. I mean, look at the caterpillar. It's linked up with various parts of the body, and each part of the body has a couple of legs, and kind of very interesting. But it's in the shape of a chain, but it's a very flexible chain. And it's flexible, which means it can expand and contract at its joints. Well, we do the same thing with our spine, don't we? So we shouldn't be too astounded with the caterpillar, because we have our own little caterpillar in our backbone. So these polyatomic chains represent various ways and means that we can have a connection. So whether it's from one field strength to another field strength, that becomes a bonding point. Or we have one field strength to a different field strength, that also requires a bonding point. Or we can have a different field strength or a totally different element, and that also becomes a different bonding point. So these are just 3 examples of polyatomic chains. Well, hydrogen, on the other hand, is diatomic. And the way it is defined is based on its polarity. So if we have the similar poles, which obviously repel, then since the poles are repelling at both sides, then the covalent bond is in balance. But if we were to flip the poles, so opposite poles would attract, well, they would attract on both sides. And so the covalent bond would still be balanced. However, there is a difference between the orthohydrogen and the parahydrogen. So this kind of difference is also reflected in the polyatomic gases. So when we look at the gases, we have carbon dioxide, which when you look at the components, copper, zinc, water, and salt, none of it is carbon. However, when you look at the zinc oxide, there is zinc involved, except that one of those zincs is nanocoated zinc, which means it has copper. I'm sorry, it means it has carbon. Excuse me. So the zinc and the nanocoated zinc also involves carbon, and we produce a zinc oxide. Now, interestingly enough, the copper oxide is a copper and nanocoated copper, which is carbon, and that produces a carbon oxide. So we start to see a pattern here. And the common denominator, of course, is the carbon. And this goes back to the highway, the transmutation highway, because what we're seeing here is the manifestation of the inertia density manifestation on the transmission level, the lowest energy state. And what we are doing is enlisting the services of higher energy state. So when we look at the gases, they start to react differently. So if we understand then that nothing is nothing, something is something, and something is always something as opposed to being something else. So the environment that it's in and the fields that are feeding that environment affect what's going on. But the interesting thing is when we look at the gases, they start to create a rotating field. And there's a direction of flow. And it increases by being constantly worked, by being constantly reinforced. And that rotation increases to the point where there's a hole in the gas. And so the question is, what's in the hole? Is there a soul in the hole? So if we have a magnetical gravitational boundary, then we have a soul to complete the maggraph. So what we're creating is based on the susceptibility. It depends on the conditions. So we can change the conditions and determine what is what. And as such, we can also control the direction of flow. So the control is based on charge. So when we look at the types of energy movement, there's that rotating field we talked about. But then there's also a polar energy. So the polar energy goes vertically, but the rotating field goes horizontally. And depending on the speed of rotation and the strength of the rotation and the direction of the rotation, we can identify the magnetical or gravitational force fields that are involved. Understanding, of course, that the emission fields are magnetical and the absorption fields are gravitational. Understanding that the magnetical is the giver, so that's part of the emission. Understanding the gravitational is the taker, so that's part of the absorption. So far, we're doing just fine. And we extend our knowledge to understand that the Earth has created elements. And each of these elements is manifest from a GANS. So if we understand that's a two-way street, then we can say, well, the GANSes can be created from the elements the same way that we created the copper and the zinc GANS. But then the GANSes can be created from the universe and manifest into the elements. And that is the same way the earth does it. So we have now started to play with the power of the earth. And so these energy fields are representative in like the star core components, which we see there's a relationship between what we call the magnetical and the gravitational. So the gravitational being the base and the magnetical being the top point. And the difference in energy strength is the gradient charge. But a charge has to go somewhere. And so a neighbor might also have a magnetical gravitational relationship, but it will either be stronger or weaker. And so depending on which, one will be with a magnetical gravitational charge and the other one will be with a gravitational gradient charge. So that'll give us a direction of flow. So if the magnetical is giving to the gravitational, and so we have the 2 points of view, whereas one is giving and one is taking, well, they would have to be in opposite phase. Well, how do we bring these two together? Because like poles will repel. So when we look at the GANS inertia point, it didn't go at the poles, it went within the star formation. And that became part of the GANS containment and it became more gravitational. So that created a gravitational gradient charge. So when we get these binding points coming together, we see these gravitational falling binding points. And that's just an arbitrary point of view. What we're ignoring are the loose ends because they appear like they're just terminal ends, that they come from nowhere. But that's just because you don't know where it comes from doesn't mean it's not coming from somewhere. So we're just discussing in generic terms that point of view. So when we look at the star core inertia points, there's a turning point. This becomes a manifestation point of view. That becomes a gravitational inertia point. So one is a magnetical feeder, and the other is a magnetical feeder. Okay, so we have two trains coming together on one track. Isn't that great? So then we have different inertia gradients. So each one is susceptible to increase or decrease. But remember, if one is susceptible to increase, then the other one is susceptible to decrease. And so this changes the gravitational inertia point. And so they rotate around this point. So when we introduce the concept of the duality, we find that each of these points has to work in its self-contained basis. But a duality involves a tandem, a partnership. We call it a twinity. So where one field works with another field. Well, this is good because when you have that energy, you have to engage with something else because otherwise you'd be like a dog chasing its tail and you'd be getting nowhere fast. So this is how ray motion is created. So we have the creation of energy on the one side, which is a balance between the natural creation and natural decay. And we have the energy on the other side, which is the balance between the natural decay and natural creation. But there's also a boundary there. a bonding fudge factor. And I say fudge factor because we don't really know what it is. It just, these things stick together. So isn't that wonderful? But when we get into the plasma science and the advanced plasma science, these answers have to come forward, because otherwise you could be making a big mistake. So if we understand the basics of the concept of the twinity, so the nanotech has a relationship with 2 points. The picotech has that same relationship. Well, stars also have the 2 points of the star tech. So we have the discussion with the twinity of the nanotech and the twinity of the GANS tech. That's where we are today. However, when we look at the relationship with other polyatomic structures, we see that it's a web of a relationship between the magnetical gravitational force fields, and they rotate around multiple turning points. So all of them have the magnetical giving, and all of them have the gravitational taking. And that's how we are able to exchange energy and maintain that bonding point. So we have the 2 ways to transmit energy. One is through the horizontal transmission, which is the rotation, and one is the vertical transition, which is through the poles. And so the point within is the Earth space point within the Earth space field. And so this field goes all the way around the Earth space, and we are in that field. And so we're able to move around this planet. Although the planet is rotating, we are walking effortlessly around this planet, and we're able to change position. In the process of changing that position, we are giving and taking energy. In the rotating of the field of the Earth space, it is also giving and taking of energy. So the question then becomes, is the direction of flow. If the Earth space is rotating, how does it know which way it's going? And if we're walking and changing our position, how do we know which way we're going? And then how does the Earth space and its relationship know where we're walking? So in other words, we have the 3 relationships: the Earth space with its Earth point, man space with its man point, and the relationship between those 2 points. It seems like a silly question, except that we haven't been able to explain the motion, because what we see with the motion, it becomes a polyatomic gradient transitioning, and it's constantly transitioning between the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance. So this energy is forever flowing. So the field in the center is the gravitational plasma. The field on the exterior is the magnetical plasma. But the magnetical plasma is magnetical, so therefore it goes to the gravitational, except there's another magnetical plasma there. Well, that's strange. How can magnetical plasma be giving to another magnetical plasma? In its relationship between those 2 points, the one magnetical plasma is actually gravitational. And so when you're looking at that motion, it's the magnetical to the gravitational. Now the magnetical plasma will continue that and give again, and creating that domino effect. And it'll continue to reinforce. So this field strength will continue to get increased, because the feeding radiance has to continue, and the feedback radiance has to keep coming. And it is not an island. It is not just a dog chasing his tail, but it has to be somewhere. and it has to engage with some other things in order for it to exist. So we're just looking at a picture, and that's the whole thing. When we're looking at all the different levels of energy, we have to understand that there's always something in behind what we're looking at on the physical side. While we talk about the transmission, transition, and transmutation highway, we have to understand, well, there's something on the other side. And it too is balanced in the same way. So to balance these fields off means that we have to take more into account than what we have been used to. So when we're talking about moving energy, if we remember what we were talking about, the pumping effect. So the pumping is to say get water from one vessel to another vessel. So in order to do that, you want to create a water bridge. So one of the ways to do that is with a siphon, and another is with an actual pump. Or you could use the pump to pump it through the siphon and then turn the pump off and the siphon will continue to go. And the reason for that is because you've set up a gradient. So once you turn the pump off, what creates this flow? Well, it's what we call the capillary effect. So what does that mean? That means the water flowing from one side is operating as a magnetical field, and the water on the other side is operating as a gravitational side. What is the net result? Well, the result would be that the first field will become depleted, and the second field will become full. So how long can this last? Well, it all depends on how big your reservoir is. So in order to keep it going, we introduce a daisy chain where you connect all the different vessels together. And so now you have a direction of flow where you pump the water in on one place and let it fall out on the other side. And you can change the strength of the flow. So we have now determined the direction of flow. So we have an in and we have an out. And everything in between is a connection. And then we can change this. We can put a lot of pressure on the first field coming in. And so is there a delay so that this pressure will become less and less and less as we go from field to field to field? Or will it become stronger because of the accumulation, the reinforcement of the intensity? So both of these are possible. However, if we remember from our musical chairs that we have a pressure field and we come from the outside, and if we want to get to that core, we have to continue and work harder, because as we get to the core, we get pressure from the outside. So getting back to the vessels, now we're introducing a charge effect where the negative gives and the positive takes. So the flow isn't just from the one vessel to the other, but there also is a negative emission and a positive absorption. So if we understand the charge effect and how it works differently from the pressure effect, then going back to our daisy chain, we can see that there's an interaction of two different types of energy exchange. One is a pressure flow from vessel to vessel, and one is a charge flow from the poles of one vessel to the pole of the other vessel. And so it will continue in its daisy chain manner. Okay, so far that's, I guess, easy to understand. But the thing is, with the pressure fields, the pressure comes from the out, because what is arriving is the magnetical pressure. And what is absorbing is the gravitational absorption. So in that point, the gravitational field effect is getting stronger. It is getting more dense. And as we proceed towards that gravitational core, we tend to fall. Or it appears that we are falling. We're falling towards the density, falling towards the gravity. Except, in reality, the daisy chain isn't just one to the other, but it's what we call a contiguous daisy chain. In other words, we still have the direction of flow and we can still change the strength of the flow, but we looked at the flow from one to the other. And then we looked at the polarity from one to the other. But in the plasma, it is not restricted in that flow from one to the other. In other words, the higher strength will feed the lower strength, and it'll feed it unconditionally. So the higher field strength on the left will feed the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth vessel. So there'll be a contiguous flow of energy. And it'll all still flow in that one direction because of the pattern that we've set up. But that is a pattern that only has a direction of flow in one direction. So when we look at connections that affect us, we see that there's a biological, physical connection. That's part of the feeding. There's also a legal, physical connection. That's part of the feedback. So we're looking at man-made laws versus universal laws. So the biological, emotional connection is the feeding. The emotional positioning is the feedback. So when we look at the maternal egg, that's part of the feeding. But the paternal sperm is the feedback. These are the family connections that we have grown accustomed to. And so here we are in the eye of the hurricane, where words don't matter, hierarchies don't matter. We have this false detachment because, we can't relate. And we see this holographic universe, which is fake. So as we increase our awareness of our point of view and start to incorporate our ancestral point of view, then when we are in the eye of the hurricane, depending on which way we go, we can change the direction of flow. We don't have to just sit there and let the hurricane pass us by. We can do something about it, because the rate of transmission is the feeding of the soul intention, which is specific to the soul. That's the emotion of presence. And the feedback, which is environment specific, is the presence of physicality. And these two converge in the magnetical gravitational balance under the peace dome. The peace dome is the field that allows this action to happen. So when we look at the cup relationships, we understand that, yes, there's the cup of emotion and the cup of physicality and the cup of the soul, but there's also the cup of the earth and the inertia field therefrom. So each of them have a magnetical gravitational relationship, and each of them radiate the soul. And they all work together. And so do we. We have our physicality, which is part of the earth, and we have the soul of physicality, which is part of that radiance. And we see that radiance because that is part of that vertical alignment that we saw in the $603 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. But there's a connection, and it follows a path, and it always has a direction. But as you can see, it's like a noodle. It can go everywhere, like spaghetti. So what regulates the direction of flow? So this vertical alignment is based on the infinity loop, where we have the magnetical field on the one side representing the soul, and we have the gravitational field on the other side representing the physicality. And then we have the crossover in the center, which is the path that is governed by the soul of physicality. So now we have a better understanding of what's going on in this map. But the question is, how do we change that path? So there's another path. There's an inertia field emission. And this allows us to cross that inertia threshold. And it doesn't follow that path, the original vertical alignment. And so that also has to be taken into account. So we understand that this becomes the susceptibility gradient. There's a chain link and there's a path link. So the chain link is a physical atomic structure, and the humanity is the polyatomic path link. And the soul of physicality is monatomic. The soul is diatomic. So we're looking at the polyatomic gradient transitioning between the soul of physicality, and the physicality. And it's encapsulated in this chain, which only breaks open when we go to sleep at night, which allows the soul to meander. And how it does that is by understanding the negative positive junction, the negative transition between the X, Y, and Z axis, and the positive transition between its X, Y, and Z axis. And when you bring those two fields together, one is negative, one is positive, you have this transfer state negative positive junction. And so that acts as one field. And that affects the direction of flow. So our attention reflects our direction of flow. So we have to have a unity within the community. That's one field. We also have to have an inner space unity. That's another field. So there has to be some kind of bonding between the one moment. there has to be a bonding between the mental and physical, also bonding between the soul and the consciousness, and also between energy and intention. It does not specify the direction of flow. It just means that we're encapsulated within this field. And so the energy is going round and round. So in summary, the progression of energy is from that nanopoint, which is going towards that density. We call that falling. And then come to that pico point, which is highly gravitational. And then we go to that Gans point, which is towards the gaseousness. And that leads us to that plasma point, which is highly magnetical. So the difference between what we call power drawing is the gravitational intensity, and the power providing is the magnetical outintensity. So that's what we have to remember. The magnetical is the giver. So it's providing the power. That's the secret. So in the conservation of energy, the one side has to equal the other side. That's the law of conservation of energy. The balance between the magnetical gravitational force fields of each and every component, and then balancing them off with other aspects. And it's all unspecified, but frankly, it's also unconditional. So when we're talking about energy portability, fundamentally, it's energy state transition. When we say elevation, that's going from the physical matter state to the energy state. When we say inertia, that's going from the energy state to the physical matter state. So elevation involves expansion, and that's what the Gans popcorn is an expansion of the field strength in like popcorn, and it's giving off many points of emission. So with those many points of emission, we can now understand why the Earth space range details involve so many elements. And they're all unique, and each one is specific. So the direction of flow must be somehow regulated. It isn't just all a soup. We have individual elements that can be identified. So to understand the nuclear feeding inertia, we have to understand that even the fragments operate by the same rules as the complexity. There's a gravitational stability, but there's a dimensional portability. And so this goes from point to point. And so when we have the three fields of the physical points, we also have the three fields of the nuclear points. And there's more. This is just an intro. So these MAGRAT pathways follow the basic rules of gravitational intensity, which is the attraction field forces called feedback, and the magnetical outintensity forces, which we call repulsion. That's the feeding. So that's the difference between the electron and a neutron. And I'm sure you can see the difference. So when we looked at the undifferentiated beginning, say, okay, well, the neutron came before the atom. And so when we looked at that and we checked the mass, we found that the neutron had a certain mass, but the atom had a combination marriage with the electron and the proton, but the mass did not equal. So something was missing. And so that was the PM tick. And how could the PM tick exist if it wasn't in some kind of magnetical gravitational balance? Then when we take the mass of the PM tick and the mass of the atom, that equaled that of the neutron. So this is where, when we talk about coming from darkness, that's within. And we say, let there be light, that's coming without. Why? Because this is not a contained exercise. It's not a dog just chasing its tail. This has to interact with the rest of the universe. You cannot extract yourself from the universe. Everything includes everything. So the principal matter of the PM ticks are magnetical, and they converge with the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter gen, and create this maggrav condition, highly gravitational, which we call Earth. That's the field interaction that's created by inertia. So now we've got a clear picture where the plasma of one and the plasma of another come together, but one will be stronger than the other. And strength is not the only criteria. Direction of flow and the characteristics all come into play because it all depends on how it works with the covalent bonding. The fundamental point is that these dimension points have to have a magnetical gravitational relationship. And then when they bound together, they have a GANS. That is the fundamental inertia point, the fundamental dimension point. And then from there, well, you just have to decide which direction you want to go. So if we're talking about gravitational conformation, we find that the hydrogen, once it comes in contact, although it's a gas and it's non-visible, it emits a spectrum of color. So we know that it is hydrogen because that is its fingerprint. And we know that the emission always shows you that fingerprint because with the night vision, we can still see those that are animate because it always shows the emission. The aura shows a specific color. The physicality shows no color. So this is the difference between the animate and the inanimate. And so the gravitational conformation means that there's an emission light and it's crossing that threshold. So like hydrogen, the oxygen is also a non-visible gas, but once it creates that light, it gives you an emission fingerprint, the emission spectrum. So here we go. And that becomes the basis of how seeds are created. So we look at the dimension seeds and they look like a GANS popcorn. And what they are is field strengths coming together from various things that create that construct. Non-specific, just what it needs. And each one is different. So this is why when you look at a pumpkin seed, you could never imagine it would come up with it like a pumpkin. So it's shocking, isn't it? The transformation that it goes through. So these star formations have dimension points of view. So this maggrav singularity, which is the soul point of view, and the soul of physicality point of view, that hits the threshold of awareness. Once you cross that and get your physical interpretation and share that with others, that becomes the collective point of awareness. So now we have the range from that magnetical star formation to that gravitational density manifestation coming together of various fields. So when we looked at the Peace Dome reactor, we see that there was shielding. That's a dimension point. There's star positioning. That's a different dimension point. And then there's possession. That's a different dimension point. So the gold was the possession. So when we look at the daisy chain disruption, we now have to ask ourselves, what would happen to the flow if we were to interrupt this siphon effect in the middle. Well, clearly, the flow would stop. However, there will be an overflow at the third. So that flow will no longer be magnetical at the third position. It would be highly gravitational. So the direction of flow would be rerouted. What would happen if we interrupted the polar flow? Would that still stop? Because the actual physical flow of the water is not part of the polar flow. The physical flow of the water is restricted to the siphon effect. So the direction of flow and the strength of the flow would remain the same. The actual flow of the water would stop. So if each field emits its own polar energy, has its own polar emission, that would change. That would change the strength of the flow. So then the question comes, what would happen if we were to disrupt the contiguous flow? By the very definition of contiguous, that is a connection, but not necessarily next to each other. So therefore, the flow from vessel to vessel could stop, but the contiguous connection would remain, because the contiguous connection is not dependent on the nearness and proximity of the vessel, but by the field strength. So to understand, to create, we have to understand to disrupt. So we're all experts at disrupting. And that disruption is most important on the communication side, because what you know can't hurt you. And maybe what you do know can also hurt you. Maybe a little bit of knowledge is dangerous. It doesn't specify what kind of knowledge. But when we look at the communication on a cellular basis, we have the cells in the body are all communicating with each other all over the place. So if we have a cancer that starts out as a seed, so the cancer is a disruption of this communication, but the communication still continues. There is a stability in that communication. It's an intercellular gravitational stability. Your body is stable. Just the cancer is a disruption of that stability. So if we look at the gravitational field effects, what we call the materialization effects, the heart materialization precedes the brain. And then there's the blood materialization. And this goes throughout the body, but around the brain. And so that affects the communication. But the blood does not come in contact with every cell. But the immune system does. So the immune system is somehow connecting from the brain to the heart. The brain, which is connected to the universal cup, and the heart that is connected to the soul cup of physicality. So this disruption, it either is going to increase or decrease, and is either going to be reinforced or is going to be eliminated. So in order to understand this better, we have to see how it relates to the magnetosphere. So we have the magnetical peace dome, and the soul of the earth body is in the biosphere range. So the non-differentiated gravitational magma is in the core, and the soul of the earth is in the core. So we see the structure of the rotating field. But that vanishing point is at the core because everything is falling into that dense core. And it's all converging into that dense core. And then where does it go? So we see the gravitational stability of the Earth and the gravitational stability of our physicality, because both of us operate the same way with the communication, the unconditional feeding. All the elements on the earth have to be fed at the same time. All the elements in the body have to be fed at the same time. We can't discriminate the liver from the kidney. And we can't say, well, Thursday, we're going to work on the legs, and maybe if we have enough time, we'll get around to the face. I don't know. But when we're looking at the reality dimension, we find that outer space is not a place. It's a method of energy transfer. And so this energy is always in motion, and that's the whole purpose of what we're talking about. So when we're looking at that dreamscape point of view, what is our dream? Our dream is to have this peace dome, which is working with the soul of the cell soul, and is connecting to the universal community. Because we always ask, well, when we're talking about energy, the give and take is from where? And then who does the leader follow? And what is the source of your inspiration? These are important questions. These aren't things that you need to think about. These are things that if you're asked, you need to answer off right away. Because the thing about it, we have a connection between the inner space and the outer space, and we have to know this connection through just knowing. And that's the difference between the feeding and the feedback. So what we're saying is the direction of flow is universal, and it's based on a contiguous connection, and it's determined by the relationship of the magnetical gravitational force fields. So when we're trying to connect the dots, we're trying to find there's a practical point, a practical reasoning. So to determine that road to self-determination, or that road from self-determination, we're looking for a practical philosophy and a practical solutions. So the practical currency of life is the currency of the creator. That's the future. That's what we're talking about. So when we're looking at these Magrav relationships, there's always this awareness between the earth space and the inner space. A Magrav relationship between man's universe and the sister universe. Likewise, there's a Magrav relationship between the universe and the Unicos. So all follow the same plasma rules, and all of them exert a shielding in order to exist properly. They have to shield it from hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm, from fear mongering, from emotional abuse. And so here we are at the point where we have this artificial awareness. We have to look at this generational point of view. Artificial intelligence gives us a rapid generational learning, a rapid historic generational learning. However, we have to cross that threshold of transgenerational awareness and patch into the teachings of the Creator, also known as the truth. So we have been depending on supplementation for a long time, and it's been reinforced constantly because it's due to consumption. It's an acquired knowledge. It was a conditional teaching by ancient teachers. This is opposed to the unconditional teaching by the Creator. So the new awareness is the historical threshold between the cosmic feeding and the loosh harvesting. And that's what this is all about. So when man has to demonstrate its cross as a burden, that is the difference between the soul and the physicality, and the threshold of the soul of physicality and the connection. So those are the only two dimensions you want to take into account. You're missing the biggest picture of all, and that is the awareness integration, where you have this manifestation by the Creator and you have this manifestation by humanity. And it's all put together in the image of the Creator. However, we have become consumers. We have become greedy in our self-serving needs. There has been an artificial inequality created in that process. So we're headed into uncharted territory. So we're with the herd at that turning point to understand that there are many stars beyond the nano-monatomic state. They cover the full range from the decay to the radiation. And we are actually the ancestral intelligence. We are the technology. We are the inertia product. We are the image of our dimensional convergence point. So this soul food is required. We need to tune in, plug into the Creator, turn on to the energy, and drop out of our resistance so that we can receive that inertia point. This is the pattern, and this is how we get the energy. We have now the ability to choose. For 608 weeks in a row, the Knowledge Seekers workshops have been brought together to create that greater oneness. It seems like we're suddenly transcending the limitations of nuclear science, but it's been generations in the making. And so here we are trying to convert diamonds to gold. And we've succeeded. And there are many other things that we can create as a result, because we're in the post-May the 10th, 2025 era. So calling out to all the advanced research teams, this is the future. It's time to get with the program, because we're on the verge of a massive technology release. It's hard to sleep when our beds are burning, so we're looking for a scientific, financial, political preservation rescue, a consumption rescue, a creation rescue. And we are the rescuers. So we're continually providing the transmutation tests And the next one is coming up in September, and there will be more to follow. Are we part of the fallen dimensions? Because we're none of the other dimensions, because we're the observers. We are observing the creation of matter. We are observing the structure of light. And we're observing the origin of the universe. And what is our point of view? Well, today is World Peace Day. I hope we all remember when we signed our commitment to world peace to make a peaceful place for ourselves through our own conducts. Get it in before you get it out. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. It's time to help us achieve this goal. This is Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, all part of this carbonation that is learning about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. Choose it. Sign it unconditionally, just like the soul feeding, and mean it sincerely. The point of the true tech is to cross polyatomic boundaries. Let me try again. The point of the true GANS tech is to cross polyatomic boundaries. The peace dome of outer space can be your guiding beacon. Is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? Did you ever ask that question? Is it time to learn the history of self in a universal context? That's another question. Did you ask yourself? And the GANS, which is within you, is a peaceful superconductor of true intentions. So be mindful of those intentions, because energy flows may be explosions, or maybe the spark that ignites life as we know it. It all depends on the direction of flow, doesn't it? Plasma science needs to continue to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So, welcome to the new golden outer space age. Thank you all for listening. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Well, thank you, Alex, for coming in, and we give you energies to balance out whatever energy pack you're dealing with. I'm sure you could have just said you didn't feel like it today, but thank you so much for coming in. And again, this was just a basic aspect of what you shared here. There's so much, it's still not quite clear to me, but maybe some of the participants would like to ask a question. So yes, we do give you the energy you need, Alex. And maybe, as Mr. Keshe indicated in the past, maybe you're getting immunized to handle that, being that space traveler, just another little energy pack that you won't have to worry about when you get in that energy dimension, perhaps. So thank you for coming in. Anyone have any questions? Let's see if anyone would like to raise a point. I know Randy had put something in the chat earlier, and he said after the 608 ended, I had so much energy that I worked on a project until 6:30. I noticed that my creative process was very sharp and still is today. Went to bed and woke up at 10:30 and woke up fully rested. It feels like my awareness of my surroundings are much sharper. I had a similar experience last Thursday. Near the end of the workshop, I felt kind of tired, almost wanted to lay down, but I was at the kitchen table. I decided not to. But then I had something to do on Thursday at 1:30, but about 10:30 in the morning, I decided to do a project, and I was hoping I would finish it before that 1:30 time, and I sure did. So I would say I had more energy as well that particular day. Anyone else have any experiences from, he said they're feeding you so much energy, probably more than you even need. But whether it's energy for energy as we understand it in the physicality, or energies that brings enlightenment, as he said, each one of those dots is a dimension of enlightenment. So a beautiful process we're going to, totally unknowns to us, and how these changes will be part of the whole planet. But I just wanted to, let's see, this picture, and it came in my mind. I'm just going to share the screen for a moment, Alex, and then you can take it back. Let's just see here. And when Mr. Keshe had originally shown these sort of gas reactors, spinning reactors, and then we see these tubes, and these tubes where they were introducing other energies, in other gases into this system, different ones at different times and different strengths and different amounts. But it's almost as if he was telling us in the future, this is the, let's say this is the earth and this is the sun, and how he's touching them. And now we see that this whole, in a way, setup and what's going on is to bring these new energies, almost like introducing new gases to this planet, but it'll actually be cosmic rays. So I just thought I'd share that for a minute. And I never made a gas reactor or worked with this, but it just dawned on me recently that perhaps this is what all these teachings were leading to, of elevation of the planet and all its inhabitants, just showing you energy transfer in a way in this sort of gas reactor dimension. So it was just something. You can take the screen back again, Alex.
Actually, Mark, I have a situation I've got to take care of.
Okay.
Could you excuse me from the rest of the meeting then, please?
Yes, no problem.
I want to thank.
We appreciate you sharing your energies with us. And
I want to thank everyone for allowing me to continue to present, and also want to reinforce the fact that this is not a game. This is what life is about, and games are fun, and life should also be fun. So when we see so much misery around the world, we have to ask ourselves, well, what kind of game are you playing? And why are you playing that? What is the intention? So I think we will need to dig deep and discover our true intentions.
Just one question, Alex. You showed the 24 commandments. What commandment is the greed connected with, in a way? Or is it all of them? Or just, I was thinking thou shalt not steal, which I believe was the 8th one you showed.
Well, the one reason I pick on thou shalt not lie is because once you lie, then you have to cover up the lie. So you have to make another lie to cover up the first lie, otherwise you'll be found out. And the thing about it is that if it's out of sight, it's out of mind. So if you're sweeping up the rug, the dirt underneath the carpet, you say, okay, well, I cleaned everything, but don't look under the carpet. And so the thing is that you lied. So the lie itself is actually to yourself. And once you find that acceptable, then you can graduate to the next level, the lying, the cheating, the stealing, and then the killing. And then you find that the reason you're doing this is because of the greed. But the greed in itself is not a license to lie, cheat, steal, and kill. It's a prime motivator, but it doesn't give you license to do that. You arbitrarily take that license. And we have reinforced that genetically through many, many generations. And so it becomes acceptable. And, what are you supposed to think? You're a major, Chicago street thug, and then you end up being a political dynamo. You've changed your clothes, but you're still a street thug, and you operate like a street thug. So you find that the true intention has never disappeared, but clearly the rewards are there. So you would be a shining example. Oh, you want to be a success like me? This is what you have to do. But you never admit that this is where you came from. So you always kind of hide that, and you preserve that. And so that feeds your greed, because you were greedy to achieve that success, but that success is a false success, right? Because you didn't do it the universal way, you did it the man-made way, the way man has taught himself to be greedy, to steal, to lie, to cheat, to kill, because we crave for somebody else's possession. So that includes, uh, someone else's spouse, for instance, and it goes both ways. So this is a conduct that in many ways has become socially acceptable, and it's gotten much worse thanks to the communication that we are being presented. And it seems like our whole society has degenerated into a bunch of immoral hooligans. I don't believe that for a minute. I think it's just that we have been forced to take that for so long. And, it's kind of the food we've been forced to eat. That is not necessarily, how should we say it? One does not necessarily follow the other. If we choose it to be that way, that's what I'm saying. So if we choose it, then we can choose it to be the other way as well. So the conduct begins at home. And as today is Peace Day, I'm just going to take the screen back for a second. Do you mind?
No, go ahead.
Because that is one of the things that I did want to I did want to mention, because it's obviously very important, because not only is it important today, I didn't know that this was this World Peace Day was acknowledged in 1981. I mean, what do I know? I'm just,
I've never seen it posted on a calendar anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. However, we first have to make a peaceful place for ourselves through our own conduct. So, it's hard for a drug dealer to complain about being mugged on the way home when the guy who does the mugging is seeking the money that he has to pay for the drugs that the drug dealer is selling. So, you basically make your own bed, and you end up sleeping in it. So if you want a peaceful society, you have to live in a peaceful society. But you can't be a crook in one part and then expect to go into another part and end up being the model citizen. Well, you can fool the people there, but you really can't fool yourself. And this is where the hurtfulness manifests itself. So at some point in time, that vulnerability becomes exposed. And the way to do that is by changing the field strength. And that's what we're on to We are changing the field strength of this planet under the peace dome and extending this peace dome beyond just this planet, because this is the first thing. We have to make a peaceful place for ourselves, and Earth is our home. We didn't fall here. We arrived here. Thanks very much, everybody. I hope I answered your question there. And please carry on, Mark.
Okay. I don't know how much longer we'll go, but thank you, Alex, and have a great rest of your day.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
And hopefully we see you next week. I thought maybe since we all have an ego or an id or a super ego, maybe we'll just close. This is a very short question, just a couple of minutes. Maybe we'll examine a little bit more about this ego. And I believe we all have one, but perhaps we can minimize it in a way, even though, as he says here, some egos are for the benefit of man. Anyone want to raise a question or make a point or like to share anything? All right, I think it starts around here. Why don't we just listen to this last question about the ego? Again, all these teachings are about you, not so much the others, even though we're learning to serve the others in part of this process. But we're finding out more about ourselves and the mystery of the energies within ourselves. And of course, not everything we need is provided on this planet. This is why the Keshe Foundation is introducing certain fields and certain energies which the universe was supposed to provide for this planet, as I understand it. So this is part of the corrective process by introducing the new energies or energies that weren't here before. We change the timeline and bring man into a peaceful position, as well as all the other entities on this planet, from the ant to the lion. So if there's no other questions, we'll play a couple-minute question for you to, again, think about, and then we'll play the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all again for carrying a very large part, or very small part of a very large carpet, this carpet of peace. Well, let's see if we can pick it up here, or the question has already started. I may have to back it up.
Only occur when I get to ping Peter and our attendees here. I'd like to address a question from Claudio in the Q&A. It's in Italian and translates as follows. Since I am governed by the ego, which expresses itself only through emotions such as attachment and greed, access to the emotion of transmutation will only occur when I abandon the ego. How can I allow this transition without the ego blocking it?
Oh, you decide. You are the decider. You can't. There is an ego and there is an ego. Some egos are for the benefit of the man, elevates the soul of the man, and some egos are the demise of the man. Man has to recognize it. Man has to recognize his ego. Man has to recognize what is to what. And what do we do everything we do for? And what is the cycle? What is the purpose? And understand all the structure. Ego is not always demise. Some egos are for the benefit of man. It actually brings prosperity to man, because ego of wanting to help, ego of being there to celebrate the joy of others. But it comes under the ego to demise and to destroy for me to be the best. And you have to recognize which one is which and how you can change the bad one towards a good one. But you have to understand what is good to you because of your ego can be harm to the others. And then you understand the whole process. Ego is the cornerstone of a lot of things, but needs a man to recognize it and how you use it and what you bring the benefit of, then to what level. And sometimes ego brings arrogance, but sometimes arrogance comes out of confidence and out of knowing. But still you have to understand how much you know to what limit and when you have to stop with it. Any other?
Okay, anyone want to make a comment on the ego, since we all have one? I was thinking that when we elevate the others, this is a good ego in a way where we add to the soul. This is one of the instructions there, not to take away from a soul. And this is so easy to do, is the taking away or criticizing someone or telling them they're wrong or they don't understand and the rest. But the other way about complimenting and being kind to the other person, I think this is part of, as he said here, celebrate the happiness of another person, is all part of the good part of the ego. So we can take away from a soul, but the idea is to continually add or elevate the soul. And your ego can do that, or that's part of the ego, where it can bring a harm or it can bring a benefit to the others, that they become elevated as well. Would anyone like to add anything to that? Or shall we close here? Okay, let's bring the session to a close. Thank you all again for being here. I'm going to play the final disclaimer. Again, a lot for us to examine within ourselves and add to the understanding and continue the enlightenment. But we're certainly getting a lot of help from above, or from the planet, let's say the systems that are on here. The One Nation Network is the way it's proceeding at this point. These are the systems, and this is what the gaming and the coin, the game coin, will be brought through initially. So if you want to see it expand in a much larger way, this is the direction that the technology will be brought through. I don't think it'll be by me teaching another person about the GANs and they spread it to their neighbor and so on. That process will take quite a long time. So they're changing the fields, bringing the elevation of the soul and the enlightenment. But again, it's still a process that we're going through. How long it'll take to reach, I'm not sure, but certainly the process is in pretty much full swing as these units start to come out and they start to take their position on this planet and to bring about what has been promised in the holy books. This is the time of milk and honey, but we may go through some sort of transition period in between. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day. I'm going to play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. If there's any other questions, please voice them. Thank you all again. We appreciate you being here.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.